tried the rice bowl today. Me too, I saw that on Viva. Hi, Casey. Self-attest done. Thanks. Have a great day.
Hey, Jasmine, did you have a chance to review that compliance document?
I did, and I ran it by legal and there's no issues with it.
Awesome idea, Jeremiah. Can we jump on Teams and relay that to everyone else?
Definitely, Nicole. I'll book a room now.
Wait, what's that?
Don't touch it.
Oh wow, that's so cool. I need to take this next call from the focus room.
It's project screen time, people.
And the interpreter stays on screen here.
I love it. You're always thinking 2 steps ahead.
Okay, folks. How can we really make an impact?
Well, as Code Camp I volunteer at, we set up a loaner pool of Surface devices, so if you didn't have your own machine...
What have you been working on?
You know there's this new feature coming up for Teams?
All right, Ash, keep this quiet, but next month we'll release it.
All right, everyone, let's get started. Welcome all here, at home, and tuning in from different time zones.
A little disappointed Trip isn't joining us today, Jim.
Oh, you're right. Let me go get it. You're late for the meeting, little man.
What's the update, Trip? He's so big now.
Yeah, so we have the
Large black coffee for Stacy?
Thanks, that's just what I needed.
Okay, and we...
Good night, Adrian. Sweet dreams.
Welcome everyone here, at home, and tuning in later from different time zones.
Governments around the world aspire towards health, security, and prosperity for the societies they serve. Microsoft is empowering governments with effective, easy-to-use, and secure innovation to deliver extraordinary experiences for government employees and the people they serve. To perform the work of the future, people must learn the skills of the future. Through our skills initiatives, governments and Microsoft can close the talent gap, drive economic recovery, and build connections between current and future employees. To create the predictive, inclusive, people-focused services, governments can leverage responsible AI and data analytics. At Microsoft, we hold our platforms and services to industry-leading accessibility standards, promoting equitable outcomes for everyone. To earn trust, governments need to store and process private information on infrastructure that meets the highest standards of security and compliance. Microsoft offers proactive security, enabling the appropriate use of personal data through strong authentication, identity verification, and adaptive access. To build a better future for the generations to come, governments must take action now to respond to sustainability challenges. Prioritizing technologies that have sustainability benefits built in is becoming an essential component of modern governments. With Microsoft technology, employees can be more productive than ever with a smaller carbon footprint. Microsoft's technology and our culture are aligned with all of these priorities. Governments can take advantage of our comprehensive levels of security and compliance, and rest assured that their concerns about economic, social, and environmental impact are as important to us as they are to the communities we serve. At Microsoft, our mission is to empower every government agency and person on the planet to achieve more.
Azure, Kubernetes, Power BI, Xamarin. How does a developer, IT admin, analyst, or solution architect keep up with all the latest technologies? Microsoft Learn can keep you one step ahead. First off, Microsoft Learn offers free, interactive, hands-on training and is always available at no cost to you. With more than 1,000+ courses and growing, find a wide variety of topics, including Azure, artificial intelligence, business applications, modern workplace, and Windows development. These modules offer a concise, interactive, and friendly way to pick up new skills as you venture into new career paths or start preparing for Microsoft certifications. You can complete most of them in 15 to 60 minutes. All have been translated into a variety of common languages. Want to fill in the big picture? Learning paths guide you through a series of logically connected modules. You can work along the path, gaining experience points and badges as you go. Make your own journey by creating and sharing a custom collection of modules for you and your team. And use bookmarks to save your favorites to come back to later. A personalized homepage will always keep you up to date. learning is hands-on. The Sandbox environment uses real Azure. You are working with real resources in exactly the same manner as you would with your own subscription. When possible, you can choose your preferred platform to learn on. Want more personal instructor-led training? Microsoft Learn can connect you with a variety of qualified learning partners to take your technical skills to the next level. Want to browse through Microsoft Learn to see what it offers? Head to Microsoft.com/learn and check out your opportunities. We've created a platform to help you learn at the pace of change.
Whether we realize it or not, we rely on the cloud for everything. From working remotely with colleagues, to ordering delivery from our favorite restaurants, to securely communicating with our doctors. But what is the cloud? It is not nebulous magic, nor is it a single supercomputer. The cloud is a globally interconnected network of millions of computers in data centers around the world that work together to store and manage data, run applications, and deliver content and services. The Microsoft Cloud keeps your data protected across more global data center regions than any other cloud provider. From the United Kingdom to the United Arab Emirates, South Africa to South Korea. Go behind the scenes at a Microsoft Cloud data center to learn how our cloud works.
Crayon Software Experts Philippines Incorporated, fulfiller of the procurement service of the Department of Budget and Management, or the PSDBM, collaborates in the supply and delivery of official Microsoft software and licenses that are part of Common Use Supplies and Equipment, or CSEs, ratified by the Government Procurement Policy Board, or GPPB, Resolution Number 11-2019. To the government and all public institutions, thereby preventing the purchase of unauthorized Microsoft products and licenses that is punishable by law. Crayon and the PSDBM guarantee savings up to 30% off for the purchase of original Microsoft products that complies with the Commission on Audit standards and in line with adhering to the Letter of Instructions number 755 that government agencies should only purchase from PSDBM unless the products are not available in its catalog. So when you buy, trust that we will offer you the true Microsoft experience.
NTT Data is a member of one of the world's largest ICT groups. We operate on a global scale, confidently expanding our business domains in every country. As our business steadily grows, we continue to expand our investment in R&D and our workforce toward even further growth. To stay on top of changes in the marketplace and constantly create new value through technological innovation, we will clarify our essential values and open a pathway into the future.
Good morning, everyone. This is Asenso Pilipinas, the biggest public sector cloud summit brought to you by Microsoft Philippines. I'm Isa Liton, and it is an honor to be your host for today. On its 5th year, Asenso Pilipinas is paving the way for navigating change and emerging stronger in a digital era for everyone in the public sector by gathering the thought leaders and the men and women of action in vital industries such as government, education, healthcare, and security. Microsoft Philippines answers the urgent need to achieve greater agility and resiliency as the nation goes through digital transformation. Such is the challenge that we have been facing since the onset of the pandemic, the challenge of digitization. And today, this summit will enable us to rise to this challenge by showcasing all the new and innovative solutions available to optimize the new world of hybrid work. Solutions that will accelerate digital capability, build a hyper-connected government, and protect everything from end-to-end security in the public sector business. We shall be hearing first-hand accounts on how various agencies and organizations have succeeded in these aspects. And I hope that these success stories will surely inspire you on your own digital journey. So, ladies and gentlemen, are you ready to be inspired? To kick off today's program, here is our first speaker, a truly empowered woman. She is in charge of driving national standards and policy by promoting technological adoption and innovation in the public sector. She's been with Microsoft Philippines for more than 13 years now, but she also draws from a decade of government experience. With her experience in working in government and her extensive background in technology, she is definitely a source of much needed information and an authority in the topics that we will be delving into today, especially in our much-awaited Fireside chats. Asenso Pilipinas, here is the Public Sector Director of Microsoft Philippines. Please welcome Ms. Joanna Rodriguez.
A pleasant morning to all of our friends and partners in the public sector. It's my distinct honor and pleasure to welcome you to Asenso Pilipinas 2022 with the theme Navigating Change and Emerging Stronger in a Digital Era. Thank you for joining us at this Microsoft Public Sector Summit, and I pray that you and your families are all safe and well from wherever you may be joining us this morning. Over the course of the pandemic, we have seen a lot of energy and successes in putting digital technologies to work for us as a country to collectively get through what could be the most challenging of moments in modern history. And in the past year, while difficult in many ways for us as individuals and organizations, it was for sure a catalyst and the beginning of an era of rapid change. In every industry around the world, the past year has seen organizations adjust to challenges and accelerate their digital capabilities in the face of the pandemic that has truly reshaped our world. Disruption demands the capacity to turn challenge into opportunity. In today's world, this capacity is built on strong digital foundations. And we have heard it over and over. Countries better prepared digitally, those who made the investments early in a connected government, had distinct advantages in navigating the upheavals and challenges presented by the pandemic. They were prepared with the tools and platforms to shift to remote work, recalibrate supply chains for changing demands and unplanned interruptions, and transact with citizens in new and varied ways. The pandemic has accentuated the competitive edge of digital-first firms. And in the race to keep up with their digital-first peers, many leaders say that the pandemic has turbocharged their own digital journeys. But the landscape is continuing to change for all of us, and it has become clear that business as usual will not be part of the new norm. Those early investments are not enough to keep up in a world that is actually not done evolving. there's no going back to the level of digital adoption we saw from before the pandemic. What we used to call digital transformation has now become digital acceleration. The case for digital acceleration has never been more urgent. Businesses, small and large, will have to continuously redesign and refine the way they work, the way they transact with customers, the way they build systems of support, while ensuring affordability and constant availability of their products and services. And you can do this by imputing tech intensity into everything. How you support citizens, how you connect with your employees, all of this is undergoing a huge change. And fundamentally, we are now moving from a mobile and cloud era to an era of ubiquitous computing and ambient intelligence. Our CEO, Satya Nadella, recently said that we are entering an era which will experience more digitization in the next 10 years than over the last 40 years. Digital preparedness provided a head start for many in navigating the upheavals in 2020, but the pandemic has deeply affected the way organizations view their digital priorities, as well as their understanding of how their own progress intersects with wider societal needs. And we're seeing trends and shifts in both directions, closing gaps and widening ones, because not all organizations and communities are willing to change. There are challenges still ahead of us, and government agencies must continuously find new ways to meet complex demands, to do new and more with much less. According to a study that Microsoft commissioned with The Economist, while budget restraints on tech investments are easing because decision makers are now recognizing the value of digital transformation more than ever, what has not eased as part of that decision-making process is the critical focus on ensuring privacy. Compliance and security must be top priorities so organizations can continue to advance without creating new risks for their staff and their customers. The same study says that government respondents are most likely to cite skills and talent gaps as a barrier to digital transformation today, tying with security and privacy for first place as the sector's biggest barrier. Digitally advanced companies like Microsoft have been instrumental in helping governments, businesses, and citizens. Their decisions in the future could affect longer-term scars of the crisis, such as digital skills gaps and ensuring more employees can enjoy the benefits of flexible work. Moving forward, government executives must continue cultivating the mindset both for their own long-term resilience and that of society at large. What our current landscape today has made evident is that everyone, nations, businesses, communities, and individuals must change and need to adapt. As Microsoft, we recognize the major role that we play as industry leader, and we have long been working with governments around the world. And by truly being a global company, we bring our experience and knowledge to the work that we do with the Philippine government. In the context of this global crisis, it has been firstly supporting health agencies and first responders to more quickly and efficiently tackle the health crisis. From a social perspective, we've been focusing on empowering companies, governments, and individuals to collaborate to build a new, resilient, and sustainable society. Finally, we've been working to support the economic recovery by empowering governments and our commercial customers and individuals to better face the crisis and anticipate and be prepared for the new normal. We are successful when our country, the businesses in the Philippines, and Filipinos are collectively successful. When government is more efficient, when healthcare and educational outcomes are improved, when new ways to engage with citizens are created, which in turn creates economic activity, new employment opportunities, and much, much more. Our role and ambition as Microsoft in the whole scheme of things is to foster foundational innovation that will create entire ecosystems and digitally accelerated industries, even greater than the platforms that we had created. In the face of unprecedented circumstances, we have together with you achieved purposeful, life-saving, and lasting innovation needed by the Philippines. We have together advanced the mission of building a safer, stronger, more resilient nation through ICT innovation. In healthcare, we are working with the DOH and the FDA to enable real-time reporting of vaccine cases and vaccinations with Power BI, and modernizing business processes with Dynamics 365 to hasten the evaluation and approval of life-saving drugs being used for COVID-19 management. In education, we are working with the DepEd to continue to deliver online teaching and learning for a second school year now through Azure and Microsoft 365, and building innovation upon innovation to improve learning outcomes with other AI technologies like immersive reader to improve reading and comprehension, student analytics for proactive intervention of teachers to lower the rates of student attrition. And we are building partnerships with industry for employability of our public school graduates. In public safety and justice, we continue to partner with the police and defense for secure communications and collaboration, and with the Supreme Court, who to date has run hundreds of thousands of virtual hearings on Microsoft Teams, which has allowed the release of more than 100,000 Filipinos, persons denied of their liberties, of which 6,000 are children in conflict with the law. We are working with the DICT and DOH using Azure as their cloud platform to issue more than 5.5 million vaccination certificates to date, a much needed tool to open up domestic and global economic activity in the country. And we continue to work with many government agencies who are now building downstream applications and much needed security layers on top of the national ID that will bring this simple registry to life by creating applications that are truly useful to every Filipino on a day-to-day basis, accessing healthcare information, applying for financial inclusion services, and simply transacting with various government agencies. We have recently signed an MOU with the city of Manila, our nation's capital, to make Manila a truly smart city with digitally enabled and skilled citizens. And we will continue to work at the grassroots level to ensure that our technology is accessible to all and empowering as many Filipinos to achieve more. At this juncture, we're proud to share with you another innovation of the Department of Education, signing an agreement with Microsoft and Felta to create virtual tours around the country that will be accessible to 23 million students using Minecraft for education.
The Department of Education, through the Curriculum and Instruction strand, specifically the Bureau of Learning Delivery, in its commitment to contribute in strengthening Filipino nationalism and patriotism among the Filipino teachers and learners, and to provide an innovative way of teaching and learning process where the department can provide first-hand experiences for learners while stimulating their interest and motivation in Philippine history and practice of Filipino values. The e-field trip through Build and Explore in Minecraft Education Edition in partnership with Microsoft and Felta project will be implemented this school year 2022 up to 2023. In this project, teachers and learners will learn how to build and explore worlds that will focus on 8 historical places in the country, which are Manila, Bulacan, Cavite, Leyte, Corregidor, Bataan, Vigan, and Cebu. The reference materials that will be used for the content of the worlds are the developed materials under the implementation of the Balik Kasaysayan program, a sub-program under the K-12 Basic Education Program, which the Bureau of Learning Delivery Teaching Learning Division has been implementing since 2017. The e-field trip will serve us by providing first-hand experience to learners and exploring and building Minecraft worlds, which consists of 8 places in the Philippines. We also hope to stimulate learners' interest, motivation, and critical thinking in learning Philippine history. Also, to serve as an additional learning resource in teaching Alaring Panlipunan. Of course, we also aim to promote Filipino nationalism, patriotism, and Filipino values. And finally, we also wish to strengthen observation and perception skills of learners while implementing this initiative. This project will give way to innovative, creative, engaging, and exciting tours for the learners as they learn about the stories of their country in this time of pandemic, where activities such as field trips are highly discouraged. At the end of the project, educators and learners are expected to appreciate Philippine historical landmarks and the stories behind them, enrich skills and values, the use of the various educational tools, such as Minecraft Education Edition in the teaching and learning process, recognize the importance of strategically implementing ICT integration and/or gamification in teaching and learning process, depending on the skills that can be developed, interests and needs of the learners as well. Let's take a tour and explore some of our Philippine historical landmarks and virtually enjoy and appreciate the stories behind them. Thank you very much. Mabuhay po and God bless.
Hello, I am Mylena Biva, President and CEO of Felta Multimedia Incorporated. The move to remote learning during the COVID-19 pandemic has forced educators to find new and innovative ways to deliver curriculum to their students. The Minecraft Education Virtual Field Trip is an effective pedagogical strategy for connecting learners to enriching educational experiences from the comforts and safety of their homes. Minecraft teach important 21st century skills such as creativity, collaboration, problem solving, and computational skills for students. Felta Multimedia Incorporated is a proud global training partner of Microsoft Philippines and received the Best in Minecraft Education Award in 2020 conferred by Microsoft Asia Pacific. Felta is honored to partner with the Department of Education and Microsoft Philippines for the Minecraft Virtual Field Trip. Felta Minecraft team has curated and created amazing virtual worlds of the Philippines that will be both educational and engaging for our learners. Together, we give our students the freedom to create, pushing their imagination to the limit and allowing them to be creative in ways not possible in the real world. We instill problem-solving skills and bring our students to higher-level critical thinkers. Maraming salamat, mabuhay ang Pilipinas, and God bless us all.
At Microsoft, we aim to empower governments around the world towards 3 key outcomes. Engage and connect with citizens to address increasing expectation and demands for higher levels of service from their government agencies. Next, modernize the government workplace to provide agencies and government employees with the tools they need to do their jobs as efficiently as possible. And finally, enhance government services. Governments are constantly under pressure to do more with less, which means finding new ways to optimize your operations and transform your processes. It's here where Microsoft, a truly complete and integrated platform with capabilities across infrastructure, productivity, business applications, and data and AI that can help connect your siloed and legacy systems and turn them into modernized, agile, scalable, and future-ready platforms, ready for, hopefully not, the next crisis. We know that these 3 issues make up the heart of digital acceleration in government, and we are committed to helping you through any and all of your technology adoption and transformation journeys. along with helping you accelerate the adoption of technology and also to address the skills gap made evident by digital acceleration. Microsoft is now more heavily focused and invested in building digital skills for students and professionals alike. We are engaged and will continue to partner with NGOs, the private sector, and the public sector to achieve these successes and ensure that Filipinos have the necessary digital skills for the present and the future. Now more than ever, we need to act with urgency, activating partnerships and collaborations to scale our efforts and enable innovation where it matters. It is our responsibility to ensure inclusive access, leveraging technology to reach the millions of Filipinos and empower them with the necessary skills needed to thrive in a digital era. As leaders, we all have a historic responsibility and opportunity to act. COVID-19 will not be the last global shock, with climate disasters, more pandemics, financial crisis, geopolitical issues, or any combination of these a near certainty. What we hope in this summit is to help you get a sense of what will happen in the next 5 to 10 years so you can help your organization navigate through this change in the technology landscape and emerge stronger for any crisis in the future. Trend number 1, hybrid work. We are seeing the change in how people work, where they work, and how the work gets done. With over 40% of the global workforce considering leaving their employer this year, a thoughtful approach to hybrid work will be critical for attracting and retaining diverse talent. Every organization needs a new digital fabric for collaboration that brings together both the digital and physical spaces. The second trend is building a hyper-connected government. Digital platforms create a virtual place for communities to interact and exchange information, goods, and services. And these platforms are transforming how we work, socialize, and create economic value. By 2025, it's projected that sales and marketing processes will involve more proactive than reactive engagement, all the way from consumer marketing to supply chain. Going forward, every process will be collaborative, powered by data and AI, and bridging both the physical and digital worlds. When it comes to citizen services, having omni-channel reach and service will be of paramount importance. Trend number 3, as computing is becoming more distributed and embedded in the real world, one thing underlying everything is how large-scale AI models are now becoming platforms in their own right and creating ambient intelligence all around us. Every organization will need a more distributed, autonomous computing fabric to build and deploy applications anywhere, while taking advantage of these context-aware and adaptive capabilities. Whether it's building agents to speed up customer service or in healthcare to monitor the location, vital signs, and more of children, of the ill, of the elderly. In public transport, using satellite services, GPS-based spatial location, vehicle identification, image processing to make transport more efficient and safe. In emergency service, to improve the reaction time of fire brigades to a hazard by locating the place more precisely. Or in general government administration, analyzing multitudes of government and structured data and using these for policy insights and intervention. And the final trend, the need to protect everything with end-to-end security. Cybersecurity is the biggest threat to digital transformation today, and it's the #1 risk facing every government service moving forward. If you think about the amount of change that every IT department had to go through as every business process needed to become remote in this pandemic, this complexity will only increase. Cybercrime is also costing companies more than $6 trillion each year, and this is expected to increase to about $10 trillion by 2025. Every organization needs comprehensive tools across identity, security, compliance, privacy, as well as management across all of their tools, and they need to do this with a cross-platform, zero trust architecture. Microsoft Cloud was built for this next era, and this is what you're going to hear from our experts in this summit. To realize their greatest potential, every organization needs the right technology. Technology that will help us better understand and minimize our impact on the planet, and technology that will enable every organization to lead through the disruption, think sustainably, and embrace change as an opportunity for growth. Together, we have an opportunity and a responsibility to reshape the world to be more sustainable, more equitable, and more inclusive than what came before this. Digital acceleration will be the fuel that helps us get there, but we must also look forward with optimism, hope, and a renewed sense of purpose. For Microsoft, our purpose is clear. In every industry and every country, and especially in the Philippines, we are committed to empowering every person and every organization on the planet to achieve more. Magandang umaga po sa inyong lahat, and I hope you enjoy the rest of the summit.
Thank you very, very much, Microsoft Philippines Public Sector Director, Ms. Joanna Rodriguez. Valuable information and crucial insights are now coming your way. We have 4 pillars governing our plenary sessions and discussions with carefully selected topics and speakers to give you a full view on various aspects of each plenary session. These sessions delve into our main theme of navigating change and emerging stronger in a digital era. So to help us focus more on what Asenso 2022 has to offer, I have the pleasure of introducing our keynote speaker. He leads a multidisciplinary team of approximately 360 legal, government affairs, and digital crimes professionals that counsel Microsoft's sales and marketing organization, providing frontline support for Microsoft's customer and solutions team, covering more than 100 countries. Our speaker has supported Microsoft's sales and marketing teams around the world in a number of roles over his nearly 20 years tenure at Microsoft, including leading teams in Australia and New Zealand, Middle East and Africa, and Asia, including China and India. In addition to his work at Microsoft, he is a member of the Executive Committee of the Board of the National Center for APEC, Asia-Pacific Economic Cooperation, and on the Advisory Board for the Singapore Management University School of Law. Here is the Corporate Vice President and Deputy General Counsel of Microsoft Corporation. Please welcome Mr. Anthony Cook.
Well, good morning, everyone, and greetings from Seattle. Whilst I can't be in Manila today, it's a real pleasure to be joining Asenso Pilipinas. I've worked with Joanna, who many of you know, for more than 15 years now, and through my nearly 20 years at Microsoft has spent the majority of my career in Asia, including as a frequent visitor to the Philippines. So I'm very excited to be able to make a contribution to the summit today and appreciate your participation and interest. I wanted to start with a quote from our CEO, as I think it not only covers our mission, but it also highlights the importance of public and private sectors working together to address the challenges and opportunities that exist in our world today. Companies and public institutions around the world are in uncharted territory, grappling with how to best drive business continuity amidst the spread of COVID-19. Gartner's recent business continuity survey shows that just 12% of organizations are highly prepared for the impact of coronavirus. With the shift to more online operations, cybersecurity threats have taken on a new importance, and ensuring continued productivity and acquiring new talent in remote work environments is forcing rapid reconfiguration of traditional processes. As the data points on this slide demonstrate, we live in an incredibly dynamic environment that has exposed many of the inadequacies of our traditional architecture and ways of working. While technology should be considered as a platform to enable this digital transformation, and thereby accelerate economic recovery, technology alone is not enough. I'll dig deeper into the various technological use cases relevant to each phase of the crisis that we've seen. But let's look at first at some of the other key aspects that need to be considered for accelerating the recovery. Firstly, organizations should consider embracing a new way of thinking, behaving, and working. This is true across the spectrum of their business operations, and that's whether you're in a public sector environment or in the commercial space. This needs to include rethinking business processes and supply chains, the way that we interact with customers, whether that's through selling or through stakeholder engagement and communicating with them. A culture of innovation and growth mindset are at the core of this digital transformation journey. This means, for example, facilitating remote work and virtual collaboration, encouraging experimentation and the creation of new business models. And it all starts, no matter where you sit, with executive sponsorship. Employees need leaders to encourage them and empower them to innovate. Secondly, and this is a form of empowerment really, embracing digital opportunities requires developing new digital skills. This means empowering learning, supporting public policies for reskilling and encouraging continuous improvement. Microsoft has been active in this area, recognizing its importance, and is committed to helping 25 million people acquire new digital skills and have easy access to data, tools, and the resources necessary in a post-COVID economy. Finally, reimagining and redesigning organizational structures is key to supporting the future of work and increasing productivity. This ranges on focused on increasing agility and connections between internal and external stakeholders, and it also includes focusing on the better interpretation of people analytics and optimization of workflows through rethinking movement and the storage of the goods and services that we provide. All in all, people, organizations, and societies will need to be able to adapt to change more than ever before to pave the way for a true economic recovery. Our empathy as human beings and our creativity will become ever more valuable in a world where technological advancement will continue to disrupt the status quo. With this in mind, let's take a look at how technology can support organizations of all types through each phase of the crisis. As COVID hit regions in the world, and shortly thereafter governments responded with regulations to address the health crisis and prevent the disease from spreading, companies and organizations everywhere had to face a high level of uncertainty, in many cases more than they've ever seen before. Almost all businesses were required to find ways to keep operating in circumstances where their employees were no longer permitted to go to the office. Organizations had to quickly embrace remote working and the new time and resource constraints that this hybrid and remote world entailed. Some companies had to rethink not only how, but whether they would continue to operate at all. This was the case for restaurants, for businesses in the tourism industry, and airlines, who had to deal with not only business operational challenges, but challenges related to social distancing, lockdown, and closed borders. Other companies had to consider adapting to new digital business models. So, for example, in the healthcare space, movement towards telehealth, or in retail, the curbside pickup approach were all innovations that needed to be explored. For the ones that were able to adapt their operating models, they had to consider not only all the implications of doing this from an operational and professional perspective, but they also had to consider the personal and psychological impact of changes for their employees and adapt to their needs. The workforce and the needs of the workforce changed, and that's required all employers to think about how they manage their teams in that environment. According to Deloitte, and I quote, "With no one able to predict exactly what the coming quarters will bring, a shift to adaptability has become a business imperative. Adaptable organizations exhibit resilience, growth mindsets, and digital capabilities that enable them to respond to changes in customer demands, economic and market landscapes, and evolving talent and capability areas. I think that's a very good quote to summarize the type of forward-thinking and management mindset that businesses in this new environment have to adapt to. From our perspective as a global company and one running a truly global distributed cloud network, as we consider the road ahead, we believe that businesses who respond successfully and become truly resilient will need to concurrently consider and act in 3 different phases: respond, rebound, and reimagine. Today, we are helping customers adapt and respond in real time. Next, as we see a focus on restarting economies, we'll be focusing on helping businesses to rebound and what they need to achieve that rebound. Longer term, we anticipate a need to reimagine the business world, and in many places that's already underway, including in relevance to this summit, how the public sector institutions will operate and engage and manage and respond to their citizenry. And we're committed to working alongside customers in all these spaces to help shape this future and realize new opportunities. Now let's discuss the immediate crisis and what we are seeing. As the world responds to the outbreak of COVID-19, of most importance, our thoughts are with the people that are affected and the medical professionals working around the clock to help those most in need. At Microsoft, our role in the world is clear. As I started my comments today with, our mission is to enable every person and organization on the planet to achieve more. We do this by building tools that help our customers keep their businesses moving through the COVID crisis and beyond. As Satya has said, we see ourselves as digital first responders, providing critical infrastructure for the move to remote work and managing the crisis situation. Here's some examples of the areas we have focused on to help organizations today. Firstly, and perhaps most obviously, keeping workers connected and productive while working remotely using tools like Microsoft Teams. Secondly, helping to maintain business continuity with fast deployment of desktop and app visualization solution using Microsoft Windows Virtual Desktop. Thirdly, enabling employees and customers to access the data they need safely with rapid deployment of comprehensive and identity and security solutions. And finally, helping organizations automate processes and gain new insights to support remote selling and operations in their environments with Power Apps. Organizations around the world are using the power of Microsoft solutions to respond to COVID-19 in inventive and in highly effective ways, enabling them to connect with students and patients from anywhere, to maintain supply lines of critical goods, and to pivot to new business models. There's a number of examples I've set out on this slide, and I'll just talk about a couple that have demonstrated how our Microsoft solutions have been able to help customers to achieve more, even in these difficult times. A leading European university, for example, who has valued innovation since it began in 1088, first reached out to Microsoft at the end of February 2020 to ask for support in bringing their classes online to help create learning continuity for their students. In its first week, the university went live with 50% of the classes, and by the second week, they were at 100%. They now reach 87,000 students with more than 3,600 courses online, with positive feedback from IT, faculty, and students. As a father with 2 sons who are at university in Australia during this period, the ability of universities to pivot their learning environment to online has meant that they have been able to sustain their studies in an environment which would otherwise have made this incredibly difficult. Another example is a multi-state health network, which serves approximately 1 million people across 10 counties, I should say, in Pennsylvania and New Jersey. In a matter of weeks, they transformed the way they worked and delivered patient care through Teams, and have, since 1 April last year, scheduled over 17,000 patient virtual visits. This allowed them to continue critical outpatient visits while protecting both patients and physicians from COVID-19 exposure and preserving valuable resources like masks and gloves. Tablets have also been installed in patient rooms so providers could engage with infected patients via Teams, minimizing exposure while still allowing face-to-face connections between patients and caregivers. In this example, we just see how technology has been adapted to cope with the difficult circumstances of providing healthcare, but in ways that actually will lead to innovations and changes in the way that healthcare can be provided in the future. Phase one of the pandemic has given rise to a lot of innovations that organizations are looking to adopt and continue investing in order to build a secure future. We are seeing trends in the emergence and mainstreaming of technologies to achieve new capabilities, such as remote selling, enabling curbside pickups, telemedicine, remote learning, and the development, just to name a few. They say necessity is the mother of innovation, and this could not have been more true in what we are seeing with COVID-19 across industries and across organizations. Phase one has also brought about a lot of significant changes in the way we work in what is called the new normal. These include working from home has become the new norm for millions of employees across the globe. Secondly, organizations have moved rapidly towards digitizing their consumers' experiences and revamping to create a true omni-channel experience. Large physical conferences like this one have moved from a complete series of virtual events as organizations look to offer a rich attendee experience. And even on the development front, developers have had to adapt quickly to new environments to deliver the increased needs of customs apps due to rapidly evolving processes and tools. All of this has given rise to new cost structures, revenue streams, delivery methods, and has put digital infrastructure at the core of all organizations and the businesses that they operate in. Now I want to shift to 4 trends that McKinsey has called out, which we believe will shape this new normal. I've already talked about the protracted and profound nature of the disruption to what was really the old normal. So let me now turn to the 3 other trends that are listed on this slide. Firstly, deglobalization and what that means for rethinking workforce and supply chains. Companies must now rethink workforce and create a new resilient supply chain that hedges against the risk of import and export bans or delays that we've seen proliferate during the last couple of years. The world is no longer flat, and neither can an organization's workforce. Global movement of people and capital is not going to be as simple as it used to be. Organizations have to prepare for more protectionism, for more restrictive immigration and visa policies. And while there isn't much that a business can do about visa policies, it really does bring the focus on how they can empower its employees that are dispersed around the world and in remote locations to deliver results and work remotely around the globe. This will impact both big enterprises as well as small and medium businesses, not only creating challenges for their operation, but also opening up opportunities that may not have otherwise existed. We also think that it's likely that the level of production that happens within each country will increase to reduce supply chain and inventory risks. Companies will have to think, and in many cases already are, their business models. Supply chains built on just-in-time inventory and distributed component sourcing will likely have to be reconsidered. As manufacturing operations may be needed in each country, firms will have to standardize processes for running them. Manufacturing plants need to gain more insights from data collected from across the processes that they run, which will help to inform actions that will drive business goals and to help them standardize the processes themselves, creating an important feedback loop with the data that they have to improve the operations that they run. Many firms have achieved similar goals using our Azure for manufacturing, which drives actionable insights from IoT devices across the manufacturing plant. And the example of Kenmetal, where they were using manufacturing, really demonstrated the future of a combination of IoT solutions and Microsoft Cloud solutions. The other trend that we see in this space relates to corporate activity, where we believe that it's likely that mid-sized companies are going to merge more often with peers to increase resilience. And the trend for consolidation of supply chains is likely to gain pace. These corporate movements drive the need to manage and merge different technology solutions. And we see our role is to simplify and support these important market activities. In such scenarios, companies can use technologies like our Azure Arc for merging the on-prem infrastructure they run to on-cloud, to cloud infrastructure. Microsoft can enable organizations to effectively work across brands, departments, and even subsidiaries by providing a no wrong door approach to customer service. In one of the examples I've highlighted, MVP Health, a single consolidated customer experience serves the entire organization. Another inspiring story of businesses coming together in COVID times, this time really as a result of necessity, is the Colombo Tea Traders Association, which recognized the need to join forces to continue their business. And together they are now running a cloud-based auction to sell tea in Sri Lanka, and so preserving a tradition that has existed for hundreds of years. The second trend we wanted to highlight relates to the reality that there's more data and organizations of all types need to make faster decisions. These faster insights leading to faster results are becoming critically important. Crisis necessitated faster decision-making during the crisis for a lot of organizations, as they had to make these decisions without a complete picture, as their data wasn't captured earlier. But as we've progressed through the last 24 months, now, as organizations have had to digitally transform and manage their data in new ways, they have more data at hand, which can be leveraged at all levels for insight-based decision-making and to accelerate employee performance. Rand Mutual Assurance unlocked a world of workplace insights to increase the agility, improve their employee experiences, and to sharpen their customer focus. These insights can be used to rapidly learn, innovate, and adapt, to discover opportunities to optimize business processes and identify patterns that lead to success. In addition, as the need for faster insight has rippled through the industry, we've seen a wave of technological advancements driven by the pressure to gain competitive advantage. As an example, as the need for more accurate simulations, modeling, forecasting, and design processes has increased, organizations must now leverage new technology and gather data in more effective and efficient ways. All of this can be made possible by using IoT, data, artificial intelligence, and cloud high-performance computing scenarios. Duasan is an example of having successfully executed this strategy, having reached new heights with their combination of drones, fuel cell innovation, and Azure IoT. They've achieved outcomes that likely would not have taken place at all, or certainly would have been much longer in the absence of the current market dynamics. And finally, we see innovation transforming businesses. Businesses need to refocus digital efforts to reflect changing customer expectations and to put insights into the hands of each person in their organization. Microsoft supported GE Aviation in this journey, enabling them to put the data and analytics in the hands of pilots to help them improve safety and efficiency on every flight. The final trend I'll comment upon relates to the rise of the contact-free economy. And I'm going to focus on the areas of digital commerce, telemedicine, and automation. Digital commerce was already meaningfully and visibly eating into the sales of bricks and mortar stores prior to the start of the pandemic. What the coronavirus has done is to accelerate a change in shopping habits that was already well established. However, merging the advantages of in-store shopping experiences with the convenience of online purchasing has required new approaches. Like, in this example, the touchscreen IoT device deployed by Ombori at the H&M flagship store in New York's Times Square. In telemedicine, Teladoc Health, the largest US standalone telemedicine service, reported a 50% increase in service in the week ending March 2020 and is adding thousands of doctors to work in its network. In Great Britain, the Imperial College Healthcare NHS Trust is using HoloLens to keep doctors safe as they help patients with COVID-19. In the automation space, in 2017, the McKinsey Global Institute estimated that 60% of all jobs would see more than 30% of their key tasks automated, affecting somewhere between 400 and 800 million jobs around the world by 2030, really underlining the need for reskilling in the economy to address the impact of automation. So what does all this mean for the organizations that you run and the businesses that you're involved in? To improve the customer experience in the virtual space, all organizations will need technology like bots to be able to simplify and answer and record information from the beginning of their interaction all the way through to the way in which they can ultimately service a stakeholder or customer. An example is the Microsoft Healthcare bot used by the US Center for Disease Control and Prevention. The use of IoT Edge for surveillance and correction in cities on local transports and hospitals is another area of ongoing innovation. And in the area of telemedicine, improved consumer patient experience is needed to make it closer to in-person ones. And as I mentioned with the telemedicine, being able to use items like HoloLens and to be able to provide the virtual interactions with doctors has helped advance in these areas. Having walked through these key trends, I wanted to quickly touch upon a couple of critical areas that have been brought to prominence as much of our world has shifted to a virtual environment, focusing in particular on security and privacy. As highlighted by Jürgen Stock, the Secretary General for Interpol, cybercriminals are taking advantage of the widespread global communications on the coronavirus to mask their activities. For example, malware, spyware, and Trojans have been found embedded in interactive coronavirus maps and websites. Spam emails are also tricking users into clicking on links which download malware to their computers or mobile devices. Hospitals, medical centres, and many public institutions have even been the specific target for cyber criminals using ransomware attacks during this period. While these threats definitely need to be taken seriously, the way to prevent and address them is not new. It starts with educating employees and informing them of the new types of threats that they could be facing, particularly in circumstances where they may be pretending to be COVID related, so that they can help identify these and avoid falling into cybersecurity traps. It also requires the right security solutions to detect, block, and notify these threats before they can make any damage. This goes from anti-malware solutions such as Microsoft's anti-malware for Azure, to proper identity management, including tailored access for users, and then to more holistic solutions such as Azure Sentinel, which help make threat detection and response smarter and faster across organizations using artificial intelligence. While enabling these new ways to collaborate has become essential to business continuity, it is critical to identify and manage potential risks in order to safeguard your and your organization's data and intellectual property. Microsoft has been working with many organizations around the globe over the past months, in concert with our productivity and security experts, to provide practical, remote worker guidance and recommendations. Through this work, we've identified 3 areas that need to be looked into with a security lens. Firstly, the first area relates to enabling remote access to all of your apps, and that includes both on-premise and cloud apps. The second area is related to effectively protecting devices and apps in this new remote work situation, whether they be protecting BYO devices or administering ongoing patches and updates across your systems. The third area is about protecting your corporate resources from threats and keeping your data protected. Healthy practices in all these areas save time and money for organizations across the spectrum and lead to better management of these risks. And finally, I wanted to touch upon another key aspect that organizations need to keep top of mind despite the current challenges and changes, and that relates to privacy. As country and organizations focus on technologies such as tracking, tracing, and testing to fight the pandemic, maintaining people's privacy remains a key issue for compliance, transparency, and perhaps most importantly, trust in both institutions and the technology itself. Today, we're offering 7 principles as ideas to consider as we move into the next phase of helping to fight this pandemic. Firstly, obtaining meaningful consent by being transparent about the reason for collecting data, what data is collected, and how long it is kept. Secondly, collecting data only for public health purposes. The data collected from an individual for purposes of tracing those who have been in physical contact with an infected person or for another public health purpose is owned by the individual and should remain under that person's control. Collect only the minimum amount of data that is necessary. Data that's collected for tracing purposes, for instance, should only be limited to use for the specific reason and should only be collected and used for the time that's necessary. Fourthly, provide choices to individuals about where their data is being stored. Data must ideally always be in the individual's control, allowing the individual to choose where to store this data and such as in a device or on the cloud. 5, provide appropriate safeguards to secure the data. Reliable security safeguards are critically important to the way that data is managed and ensuring that privacy is preserved. 6, do not share data without consent and minimize the data that is shared. And finally, delete data as it is no longer needed for the emergency. Ultimately, individuals own their data, whether stored on a device, a server, or in the cloud, and it should only be used for purposes to which they've consented. Well, it's been a real pleasure to join you here today. I hope before too long we'll revert to a world where meetings such as this are ones that we can all attend in person. In the meantime, have a great summit, and I hope you and your families remain safe and healthy. Enjoy your day, and thank you very much.
Thank you very, very much, Mr. Anthony Cook. And now we are definitely ready to go in depth into our plenary sessions. First, though, allow me to say thank you to Microsoft partners, Crayon Software Experts Philippines, Radenta Technologies Inc., NTT Data Philippines, and KPMG Philippines for making Asenso Pilipinas 2022 possible.
Crayon Software Experts Philippines Incorporated, fulfiller of the procurement service of the Department of Budget and Management, or the PSDBM, collaborates in the supply and delivery of official Microsoft software and licenses that are part of Common Use Supplies and Equipment, or CSEs, ratified by the Government Procurement Policy Board, or GPPB Resolution Number 11-2019. To the government and all public institutions, thereby preventing the purchase of unauthorized Microsoft products and licenses that is punishable by law. Crayon and the PSDBM guarantee savings up to 30% off for the purchase of original Microsoft products that complies with the Commission on Audit standards and in line with adhering to the Letter of Instructions number 755 that government agencies should only purchase from PSDBM unless the products are not available in its catalog. So when you buy, trust that we will offer you the true Microsoft experience.
NTT Data is a member of one of the world's largest ICT groups. We operate on a global scale, confidently expanding our business domains in every country. As our business steadily grows, we continue to expand our investment in R&D and our workforce toward even further growth. To stay on top of changes in the marketplace and constantly create new value through technological innovation, we will clarify our essential values and open a pathway into the future.
Welcome back to Asenso Pilipinas 2022, navigating change and emerging stronger in a digital era. Now, as promised, our 4 plenary sessions will begin now. Our first plenary session puts the focus on the biggest change in the way we work. The drastic shift to hybrid has amplified the crucial need for flexibility, making it necessary for organizations to rethink and reimagine how they can best position themselves and enable their people to communicate, collaborate, and innovate. Are you ready to discover insights on the future of work? How can you do more than just adapt in a new era of flexible work? In short, how will you thrive? This session takes us on the journey of optimizing the new world of hybrid work. To start the session, here is the Modern Work and Security Business Lead of Microsoft Philippines. Let's hear it from Mr. Vet Watson.
Good morning, everyone, and welcome again to Asenso Pilipinas. Before anything else, I hope that you're well, and I pray that you, your families, and loved ones are safe and in good health wherever you may be tuning in today. I'm Vet Watson, and I manage the productivity, collaboration, and cybersecurity businesses in Microsoft Philippines. And I'm grateful for your time to be with us today. Thanks for joining us. For the next few minutes, I'd like to share with you some insights that we've learned over the past couple of years and where we see the world of work is going for organizations like yourselves moving forward. There's only one thing certain for us today. It's that anything can happen. And there's no way of knowing when exactly will this pandemic end. Many said 2022 was the year of back to normal. While, last year, 2021, many organizations were transitioning back to fully work back in the office. And yet here we are today. The only thing we can control is our organization's flexibility and agility to respond to whatever happens next. Your employees' comfort is in them knowing that your leadership has a direction in place and that you care for them and their well-being. To make that happen, we see that there's a pressing need to collaborate faster than we ever did before. And it's not just internal cross-group collaboration within agencies, but full-on cross-agency collaboration, such as task groups. We also know that collaboration doesn't just mean meetings. Meetings are just a means to an end, to actually get work done and impact made to the Filipinos. Discussion points, action items, and follow-through after meetings can get lost across different collaboration tools posing a productivity challenge and delaying actual work. We also know that data is key to make decisions faster, but not just any data. Updated, timely, and relevant data, and to be able to make decisions faster is of crucial importance. Creating dashboards is important, yet many agencies don't have enough people to build as fast as you need them. Information should be accessible, fast, yet secure and private, and that access to this information should be auditable as well. At Microsoft, we're building a new operating model across people, places, and processes to empower our employees in this hybrid era. We see how our functional areas are depending on and enhancing each other even more than before, from HR to IT to all of our operations to deliver services, right? For the Filipino, in a hybrid model, every function needs to come together to do these key four things: empower employees, engage the citizens, optimize operations, and innovate. Whether your people are struggling with end user productivity, with meetings, notes, files, task lists all over the place across different tools that don't talk or integrate, or struggling with so many paper based processes that you wish you can automate quickly, but just don't have enough developers to address the demand, or lacking access to key data points and information that are timely and updated, we know that you're not alone. We want to help strategize with you as the whole of government plans out our country's recovery. What will recovery look like for you, our government, to serve the Filipino better? They say the Filipino is best known for resiliency. We need our government processes and procedures to withstand the unexpected and display that same Filipino resiliency moving forward. We've worked with many government agencies across the Philippines and the region, across Asia, to help them envision their potential in the new normal of agility and flexibility. Now, understand that hybrid work is not equal to remote work. You know, that some employees will work from home while the others will come back to office. Yes, that's one potential execution plan for hybrid work for some organizations if it works for them, but that doesn't mean it'll work for all, and maybe not even for you. Hybrid work is about agility and flexibility. If employees are forced to work from home for anything we didn't see coming, then your organization is ready. If not, all of them can be back to the office or out in the field, bringing with them the tools that can make them work better and faster. Hybrid work is about resiliency, and the strategy for it can vary from agency to agency. But the principles are the same, and that's one way we can help you. Whether it was helping the Supreme Court enable virtual court hearings on a secure digital meetings platform at the onset of the pandemic that saw the launch of e-courts, resulting in the release of 4,683 individuals in the first 9 days alone, a 125% increase in daily releases. Or working with the Department of Education to enable virtual graduations on a digital platform that they already use, resulting in savings and successful commencement activities held for thousands of students across the country. Across these three pillars, we can work with you to leverage a single platform that can deliver across all these items, so you don't have to worry about integration later. For people, we know that the great resignation is upon us, and finding and keeping great talent is a challenge. Delivering a great employee experience across onboarding, training, rewards to empower career growth is key. Enabling a true collaborative organization from frontline workers to your regional offices, back to headquarters and vice versa can be done, embracing both synchronous and asynchronous collaboration. Empower your government process experts, your Excel gurus, and subject matter experts to leverage the skills they already know, such as Excel formulas and PowerPoint drag and drop, to build apps and automate workflows so you don't depend on IT alone for digital transformation. And as Microsoft, we know you cannot afford to miss out on security and privacy across any of your efforts. We believe security and privacy should be built into the tools you need, not bolt on later. Finally, we want to help you save through cost optimization, using a platform that can just keep giving across all areas of your business. We've seen organizations that have been using our platforms for years and still continue to maximize it with more customization to address more internal requirements. Through the lens of people, places, and processes, we intend to support each of your organization's functional areas as we adapt flexibly to the hybrid era. We hope sharing our approach with you will help leaders in your organization come together to identify and implement outcomes-based strategies. Every organization needs a unique plan, one that reflects their people, their culture, and their business. We look forward to building your vision of recovery and work side by side with you to make that vision a reality. Thank you and see you again soon. Stay safe and well, and I hope you enjoy the rest of the sessions.
Thank you very much, Mr. Vet Watson. To provide more insights on optimizing the new world of hybrid work, let's hear from one of Microsoft's partners. From Crayon Software Experts Philippines, here is Senior Solutions Architect, Mr. Norman Radan.
Hello everyone, thank you for having me here. My name is Norman Radan. I'm a solution architect from Crayon Philippines. I am an IT practitioner with more than 2.5 decades of relevant experience. I have worked with companies locally and globally, and for the past 10 years, I've worked on solutions involving data center modernization, data warehouse optimization, campus solution, ERP implementation, cloud migration, and modern workplace. In this session, I'll be talking about one of our most recent engagement. The client is one of the biggest utility company belonging to one of the biggest conglomerate in the country. You see, with the onset of the pandemic, the client needed to provide a secure work from anywhere capability to its workforce. And when I say anywhere, it can be their office, their homes, at the beach, at a hotel, or anywhere wherein they can get a reliable, stable internet connectivity. Now, given the size of their operation, we're talking about hundreds of offices, thousands of employees. Economies of scale is critical to this client. And given that this is a utility company, timing or turnaround time is also crucial. When we started the scoping discussions with the customer, we have identified several business, technical, procurement, and financial considerations that are crucial to the success of the project. First and foremost, it has to provide a simplified user adoption, providing secure access from anywhere. What it means is they wanted a familiar environment for easier user adoption. They do not want to spend months or even weeks retraining, retooling the end users, basically their employees, their partners. They wanted to make sure that these end users will be able to leverage the new system or the new application immediately, thereby promoting collaboration and, of course, boosting productivity. And of course, it has to provide secure access to client applications and documents from anywhere. Now, given the size of their operation and the number of users involved, obviously they wanted a cost-effective solution. They wanted to simplify the management for this solution, and it has to be implemented immediately. For cost efficiencies, the solution must make use of existing licenses and subscription. It's actually in line with the requirement for a familiar environment for easier user adoption. And it must also make use of existing end user devices, basically the laptops, the mobile phones, or the PDAs that are already issued and in use by their employees or partners. The solution must control cost and maximize value within budget, and it should be scalable. What it means is, if I start with, say, a pilot of 100 users, I only allocate resources. I only spend for that 100 users. Now, as they roll out to additional users, 1,000, 2,000, 3,000, the solution must be able to scale on demand. Simplified management is also a concern. The solution must not introduce additional complexity into their IT operations. And when I say IT, I must emphasize they are not lightweight. In fact, their group CIO is one of the sharpest minds I've known in the industry. They have very good application developers. They develop their own in-house applications supporting the value-added services that are in use by their clients. They also have their own data centers. In fact, they have data centers across the country, and they even rent out compute capacities or data center space to other clients. In a way, they are also a private cloud provider. However, given the urgency of the requirement, the solution must be deployed immediately. And this is where Crayon comes into the picture. First of all, let me emphasize that Crayon is not the Crayola that you have used in your childhood days. We are not the coloring pens that you have used for 6, 7, or 10 years during your elementary days. Crayon is an IT company. Crayon started way back 2002 at Oslo. We are now publicly listed in the Oslo Stock Exchange, and we have expanded ever since. We now have a global footprint supporting thousands of customers globally. Over the years, we have successfully completed thousands of projects, mostly involving cloud, and we are recognized as a global leader in Gartner's Magic Quadrant. Crayon have strategic partnership with almost all major technology providers, especially Microsoft. And in the Philippines, we are awarded the Microsoft Philippines Partner of the Year for 2019 and 2021. This partnership, combined with our technical expertise and consulting experience, enabled us to provide a complete solution, be it software sales, deployment, or a complete managed service offering. In this scenario, our solution revolves around Azure Virtual Desktop, or AVD. AVD is a desktop virtualization powered by Azure. It allows the customer to connect to a highly secure Windows 10 session running their favorite, all-familiar Microsoft 365 application. AVD sessions can be accessed via PC or mobile devices running iOS or Android. With this approach, end users are presented with the all-familiar Windows 10 and Office 365 applications using the devices that they are already comfortable with. Thereby, from the get-go, end users can be productive and collaborative immediately. AVD also offers a personalized role-based experience for individual users, meaning we can configure different profiles for, let's say, a finance or an IT or a procurement user. AVD also facilitates attack surface reduction. Sensitive data are stored and accessed from the cloud, and in most cases, end users does not even have to retrieve it from the cloud into their devices. In effect, it supports security and enhances privacy. AVD also provides a full Windows experience while leveraging existing licenses or subscription, meaning if your end user already have the appropriate Microsoft 365 licenses or subscription, then that translates to a lower cost. And furthermore, AVD provides multi-session pricing, which I will explain in details later. AVD's multi-session capability allows you to run multiple concurrent but isolated user sessions using a single host machine. In our solution, we have configured 6 host pools pertaining to different user profiles, powered by 700 host machines that are providing virtualization services for up to 3,000 users. These users can be either remote or on-site. User profiles and sensitive data are managed by Azure Files, whereas identification, authentication are managed by Azure Active Directory. In effect, end users will be logging in using the all-familiar logon interface. Now, to complete the solution, we offered Crayon Managed Services. All the prerequisite checks, the preparation, the implementation, and even post-deployment support are provided by our technical experts. This was the initial architecture from the early stage of the implementation. We have configured 6 host pools servicing different user profiles, but either way, these users may connect remotely or from on-site. Now, I'm saying initial architecture because recently we have added desktop virtualization services, not just for end users, but also for robotic process automation or bots. Our solution facilitated the best user experience. End users are presented with a familiar Office interface, thereby simplifying adoption. In effect, they are immediately productive, and they are also provided with a personalized role-based experience. For finance, our solution optimized cost for maximum value. End users can rely on the existing devices that they are already familiar with, and they can reuse eligible licenses, and they pay only for what they use. And lastly, you don't need to allocate one host machine per user. With multi-session capability, you can maximize the compute capacity of the Azure VM powering your Azure Virtual Desktop session. It enhances security by keeping sensitive data in the cloud instead of user devices, and it leverages advanced multi-layered security on Azure. AVD also simplified management. Sophisticated security services such as multi-factor authentication, conditional access, or even convenience such as self-service password reset are managed through Azure Active Directory. With the solution, client can focus on the users and apps instead of hardware inventory and maintenance. And with Crayon Managed Services, their IT need not worry about the peculiarity of implementing and supporting Azure Virtual Desktop. Leveraging our expertise and experience, we were able to complete the deployment involving 700 host machines, 6 host pools for 3,000 users, just mere hours after the prerequisites are met. With Microsoft's Azure Virtual Desktop, combined with our expertise and experience, we were able to meet all the client considerations while minimizing the risk during the implementation.
Thank you very, very much, Mr. Norman Redan of Crayon Software Experts Philippines. One of the highlights of every edition of Asenso Pilipinas is the in-depth discussions that give our delegates fresh insights and wider perspectives courtesy of our public sector leaders. On its 5th year, Asenso Pilipinas is giving you more valuable opportunities to listen in on our fireside chats. For this first plenary session, focusing on optimizing the new world of hybrid work, Microsoft Philippines Public Sector Director Ms. Joanna Rodriguez and National Technology Officer Mr. Dale Pascual Jose are chatting with a very special guest from the Bangko Sentral ng Pilipinas. I give the floor to Joanna and Dale.
Thank you, Isa. Dale and I are very pleased to give you our first fireside chat this morning, and we have the perfect guest to shed light on our topic this plenary session.
We all know that the Central Bank of the Philippines, o ang Bangko Sentral ng Pilipinas, has the primary objective of maintaining price stability conducive to a balanced and sustainable growth of the economy and employment. Pero alam niyo ba that the BSP has made a significant move towards digital transformation even before the pandemic. So joining us this morning is the Chief Information Officer of the Technology and Digital Innovation Office of the Bangko Sentral ng Pilipinas. Please welcome BSP Assistant Governor Ms. Lilia C. Guillermo. Good morning, Assistant Governor Guillermo. Salamat for joining us here at Asenso Pilipinas.
Good morning, Dale. Good morning, Joanna.
AG Lilia, Dale mentioned BSP's digital transformation journey, particularly right before the pandemic. This is because I believe as early as 2019, BSP already chose to adopt cloud for your collaboration platform. Please tell us, what has been the impact of BSP adopting cloud-based productivity, and how has it helped you, especially at the height of COVID lockdowns?
Yeah, it's correct. No, even before the pandemic, we already migrated to the cloud-based platform. Had we not done it, it would be very hard for us to address the COVID scenario, the COVID situation. Because of this, we were able to be prepared for a work-from-home arrangement. So we have to provide core services to the public, to the different banks remotely. And virtual meetings are possible. Of course, collaboration and communication was easy for us. Bank examinations were possible, so we limited the face-to-face bank examinations. So, and of course, because of this, we were able to enhance our BSP website, and you know what? Our website became the website of the year under the Central Bank Publications. We won that award in that year. Our website contained a so-called BAB, and this BAB is called BSP Online Buddy. It uses a chatbot technology to improve our services to the financial consumers. So it really, there were, of course, challenges, but at least we're prepared, no? Because before the pandemic, and because our partners in this endeavor helped us, assisted us every day of our lives during this pandemic.
That's good to hear, ma'am.
AG Lilia, what were some of the challenges you faced during your transformation, and how did you overcome them?
Well, maybe it's not only our organization who will answer. Connectivity is a very big challenge insofar as this scenario is concerned. You can just imagine how many people, how many of our staff are working from home. And it's not simple connectivity. No, we have to secure it properly. We have to provide them virtual private VPNs, and of course two-factor authentication before they can connect with us. So in that case, how we address connectivity is, of course, we provided pocket Wi-Fis. We upgraded our bandwidth, no, both in the head office and the in the BSP Mint site, no, the SPC site, and of course our primary and secondary sites. We have to really upgrade the bandwidth to address connectivity. Another challenge, which is, well, a bigger challenge than connectivity, is cybersecurity. And we know that with online transactions, more exposure to cyber crimes are happening. Hacking incidents, maybe you've heard of the many hacking incidents that are happening, especially in the financial sector. And how did we address this? Of course, our cybersecurity group intensified security protocols so that our data assets are safe, no? Safe and secure, so as to support the integrity of the services that we give to the Filipino people. Well, one last challenge, no, is a bigger challenge for us, is the increasing COVID cases, especially nowadays, no? Increasing COVID cases together with increasing close contacts. So it means that our staff cannot really report for work physically, but we are concerned about our 24/7 cybersecurity operations. And therefore, we come up with several strategies of a bubble strategy. I don't know if you've heard of that bubble strategy. So to date, we have a 1 month, 2 weeks, bubble strategy, so that our 24/7 operations are addressed, and two, cybersecurity and data center operations. We have to keep it at 24/7. So those are the three major challenges that we have.
Actually, you're already alluding to what I wanted to ask you, AJ Lilia, because we're seeing, as we slowly emerge from the crisis of the last 2 years, napansin din namin that even employee expectations have also changed. And so organizations are now already starting to redefine productivity more broadly. Paano ba natin magagawing inclusive ang collaboration and learning, and also managing well-being of employees while even if they work from home, their career advancement, for example, is not hampered. Tapos iba rin syempre yung treatment sa mga frontline workers with knowledge workers. Can you tell us, yung strategy niyo po for BSP's hybrid work? Do you see making any drastic changes in the near future?
Well, before I answer that, may I tell you that leadership is a very important aspect in this pandemic. And we are working, and our BSPers adhered to the call of Governor Jokno. And to quote him, fight this invisible enemy, keep the economy sound. So, and because of this, during this pandemic time, let me also be, we're very proud to tell you that our Governor Jokno is the best central banker in the world by a London-based The Banker, Financial Times, for his unconventional monetary management. And with this is an inspiration for the BSPers to work. Work has to go on during this pandemic. Work has to go on. Therefore, we accept this hybrid work, a combination of work from home, physical, of course, they have to once in a while go to the office, physical presence and physical rotation, and as I mentioned, the bubble strategy. We have to put them in a bubble, para bang yung bahay ni Kuya. We have to put them in a bubble, and before they go to that bubble, they're all clear. Yeah. And 2 weeks rotation. And as I mentioned, we have the inspiration to do that. And our HR, our human resource group, devise ways and means to monitor the performance of the people working from home. That's a different arrangement, no? In fact, we have automated every day when they work from home, they have to report what they did. And we automated that also, no? And together with this is our HR, together with the approval of the Monetary Board, provided monetary and non-monetary benefits to those who are physically going to the office despite the risk of the COVID, no, the virus. Well, that's it, no. We have to. Show must go on. Work must go on.
And it's very apparent, ma'am, that many of the changes that you've had to make was also powered by technology. It would have been impossible for you to do all of this without technology solutions.
Yes, and that brings to the to your introduction, the digital transformation of the BSP.
AJ Lilia, huling katanungan na lang po. So apparently other companies and agencies are learning to navigate this new hybrid environment. So, but what would be your advice for those who are just about to embark on their own digital journey?
This is what we did in BSP. No? We identified the critical mass that should be aware of the digital transformation program that is being accelerated from top, no, from the monetary board and everything. And everybody has to know communication, no? Everybody has to know about this digital transformation, that it is the enablement of equipment, platforms to ensure business continuity while maintaining health protocols. And thereby, it is advised that to start, the digital transformation program should be taken seriously. Okay, communicate to the people what are our key performance indicators to identify what level are we insofar as digital transformation is concerned. We have formulas for it, and of course, we know that no one should be left behind. Motto nyo yan, di ba? No one should be left behind in this digital transformation. Therefore, each one should recognize skill gaps, okay, and explore the ways to use new emerging technology and digital information in achieving business objectives. Okay, so each and everyone should know what their skills are, upgrade their skills, build new capacities like artificial intelligence, machine learning, robotics, digital currencies. So central bank is studying digital currencies, no, blockchain, and so on and so forth. We have to learn all of this because of frequently changing digital technology. So we have to develop digital understanding through learning digital trends and tools, innovative processes. And I know that, well, you can help us as our partners. You should always be there.
All right. Maraming salamat po, AG Lilia.
Thank you very much, Ma'am Lilia, for your invaluable sharing this morning. Key takeaways ko doon, leadership and strategy is very important, and investing in the right technology platforms that will allow or has allowed BSP to become more agile to respond to this pandemic. With that, on behalf of Asenso Pilipinas, we'd like to say thank you to the Bangko Sentral ng Pilipinas Assistant Governor Lilia Guillermo for joining us at this fireside chat this morning. We now turn back to our host, Isa Liton.
Thank you very much, Joanna Rodriguez and Dale Pascual Jose, for bringing us that enlightening chat with Bangko Sentral ng Pilipinas Chief Information Officer from the Technology and Digital Innovation Office, Assistant Governor Lilia C. Guillermo. AG Guillermo's advice to all companies to communicate to what she calls the critical mass, the importance and the details of digital transformation from top to bottom is worth following. Innovative processes to ensure digital understanding through digital trends and tools are a must for every sector. And because of frequently changing digital technology, there's a need to upgrade skills and build new capacities in artificial intelligence, machine learning, robotics, and with regard to the Bangko Sentral, in digital currencies and blockchain technology, among others. That was indeed an excellent first-hand information talk on how our central bank is optimizing the new world of hybrid work. A great discussion to cap off our first plenary session. We now move on to our next pillar in this year's Asenso Pilipinas. In a rapidly changing world, there's no more business as usual. You and I feel this each day as we go about our business. The way we live and work will never be the same, and there's no clear roadmap for what's ahead. We need the agility to respond rapidly and predict what's next, and that requires a new approach to business solutions. Organizations must realize the need to harness data as a resource, and in doing so, we turn its potential into power. Ladies and gentlemen, join us now as we learn how to build a hyper-connected government that will carry your organization into the future. Starting off our second plenary session is Microsoft Philippines Head of Specialist Sales, Mr. Rene Tablante.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you for joining us today, and I hope you're enjoying the event so far. So from our take on hybrid work and how it enables our government workforce to be always connected, we are taking this idea further and sharing our view on how Microsoft helps enable government transformation by building a hyper-connected digital environment. So over the course of this pandemic, we've seen a lot of energy and success in putting digital technologies to work. And for us as a country to collectively get through what could be the most challenging of moments in modern history. The past 2 years, while difficult in many ways for us as individuals and organizations, was for sure a catalyst and the beginning of an era of rapid change. Governments around the world and our own had to quickly respond urgently and deliver the support to its constituents. The need to deliver rapidly digital solutions was non-negotiable, and the data was used extensively to target interventions and support. There has been widespread recognition that the countries who have demonstrated the most resilience are those who have invested in their digital transformation foundations. Still, while there is strong intent and resources to quickly adopt digital solutions, challenges that block communication, sharing, and connection impede innovation and progress. In the meantime, we've also seen expectations of citizens raised. People have seen that governments are able to deliver in digital ways, and they will expect this to be the norm in the future. Now, to meet these expectations and to remain resilient, it is important to understand that rapid maturity in the government capabilities need to happen. This evolution is well represented by this maturity model illustrated here, where the thrust is to progress from the current state to the end state vision of what we call an intelligent government. Throughout this evolution, we see governments move from being reactive to proactive, from directive to collaborative, and from opaque to trusted. This move to intelligent government is not easy and requires governments to adapt technology, but more than that, this can only be achieved when enablers across peoples and skills, governments and rules, and technology and data come together. Now, one major aspect of this mature and developed state of intelligent government is the idea of the hyper-connected digital government, in which the thrust is to transform public service delivery with constituent-centered digital services. This is accomplished mainly in 3 ways. First, at its most fundamental level, establishing a connected government requires a connected government workforce. That is, the ability of public servants to effectively work and collaborate from any location in the most secure fashion. Vet spoke about this at length in the previous session on how Microsoft drives optimization and raises productivity and responsiveness through hybrid work. Next, the second pillar to connected government is connected government agencies. This is all about creating deeper, more open, more seamless, and more secure cross-agency collaboration, creating pathways for different government agencies to collaborate and share information, integrate process and business flows, which ultimately improve and enrich the government services delivery to the public. One hallmark of connected government agencies is the strong capabilities around cross-agency information sharing. So in a world where data volume, variety, and type are exponentially growing, government organizations need to collaborate using large data sets. In many cases, data becomes most powerful when it can be shared and combined with data that resides outside organizational boundaries, with citizens, business partners, and third parties alike. And then on another level, different government agencies can enrich public services and make them more seamless, being able to share information during various citizen or constituent transactions with the government agencies. However, one of the biggest impediments is the limited capability of traditional data sharing modalities on data flows, formats, access, security, and ultimately governance. Traditional data sharing approaches, example, using FTP or web APIs. These are complex and require infrastructure to maintain and knowledge of code. These tools don't really provide the security or governance required to meet enterprise standards, and they are not suitable for sharing large data sets or confidential or privacy-related information. A platform approach to the data sharing accelerates cross-organizational information and workflow exchange. A platform approach will not only cover the data sharing or data passing per se between two entities, but will also cover important aspects such as security, access, management, auditability, support for various data types, whether structured or unstructured. A platform will provide full governance as well as adherence to specific industry or regulatory rules, formats, and processes. Now, one such platform is Azure Data Share, a data management and sharing service in Azure for sharing big data across external organizations. Other platforms such as Azure Blockchain and Azure Industry Clouds further facilitate and enhance the security of information and sharing across agencies and their transactions. In the case of industry integration, one example is the Microsoft Cloud for Healthcare. In this particular industry cloud, Azure Data Share is organically embedded as the data sharing service and has layered compliance capabilities for HL7 specification for data sharing and interoperability among healthcare providers set by the Fast Health Interoperability Resources, or what we call FHIR. Data sharing is just one aspect of collaboration. Integrating business and process flows across these different autonomous government agencies is another important component. So a great customer example where data sharing and integrated cross-agency workflows come together is in the example of the city of Westminster in central London, where they predicated all the government-based services in the city and information across different agencies on just one entity, which is citizen identity. So to better serve this population and make the council more accessible, Westminster City Council turned to Microsoft Dynamics 365 and Power Platform, as well as Microsoft Azure Data Share, to create a powerful solution that removed data silos, creating a single customer record. So now, no matter how citizens connect, whether online or in person and regardless of channel, only one record is used to share information or access services. Now, the third piece to connected government is where both constituents and governments are connected to each other in positively impactful ways. Whether citizens, visitors, businesses, and other organizations, strengthening this connection between constituents and government is the ultimate pillar of the hyper-connected digital government. And this connection is two-way. On one hand, this connection is defined by the constituents' experience of interfacing and interacting with the government. This aspect of how citizens and other constituents connect and interact with the government is multifaceted. Citizens want to connect with their public services, their communities, share ideas and concerns, learn what's going on, or understand changes in services and make transactions in a frictional and intuitive manner. From services as simple as, for example, getting a passport, a driver's license, all the way to much more complex transactions as acquiring the necessary permits and authorizations for opening a new business. It makes for a great frictionless, intuitive experience when the interaction becomes organic to the citizen's real-life experience roadmap. And whether it's about existing government service or new ones, the path to an enhanced citizen service is about making these interactions centered around the citizen rather than by centering around and bound by an agency silos, meeting the constituents where they are and creating a seamless path in the interaction journey. It is looking from the citizen's perspective and delivering even personalized, inclusive, and proactive services, making the citizen's journey of interaction with the public departments a much more transformative experience. The ability to understand the citizen journey and then rapidly develop, monitor, and manage and enhance citizen-facing applications and service portals is the key in achieving this. One such implementation is in Japan, where the city government of Kobe was able to rapidly develop a set of applications with the Microsoft solution stack anchored on the low-code development platform called the Microsoft Power Platform. They were able to quickly respond to citizen status requests for the application of relief funds, or I guess this is the Japanese version of Ayuda. Microsoft Power Platform simplified and accelerated application development and allowed Kobe's developers to focus on the user experience and business logic and information integration rather than the esoteric complexities associated with the traditional software development platforms. As a result, they were able to deploy at least 4 applications within a single month, built with minimal time and resources, and has also opened possibilities for more ideas on better digital services for their constituents. This connection is two-way. We've discussed constituents' connection to the government, so what about the government's connection back to its constituents? This connection is defined by how the government achieves deeper, more real-time understanding of the environments and the needs of its constituents to be able to respond timely with richer, more accessible, and more seamless service offerings. So how do governments achieve this? One example is the use of artificial intelligence. With the proliferation and growth of digital signals from various systems, whether it's sensory data, environmental data, or human data, all these provide a source of information on what's going on in the constituents' world. More and more data about citizens and their environments is becoming available, and the growing challenge for governments now is harnessing and managing this data deluge to create better understanding and insight to aid in its mission to deliver on good government. Across different use cases for creating deeper insight on citizen sentiments, environment monitoring and response such as traffic and weather, public safety and physical security, healthcare monitoring, and the like, data management, analytics, and AI platforms provide a significant answer. It enables agencies to harness the sensory data explosion to make data analytics uncomplicated and easy, apply predictive analytics to produce actionable analysis, deep insights, better decision-making, and intelligent government action. Also increase the operational efficiency of information workers. And lastly, reduce government administrative costs and improve intelligent decision-making. An example of this is how Abu Dhabi had sought to rationalize and simplify the vast number of their digital services that they were offering to their citizens and businesses. So in partnership with Microsoft and leveraging the Microsoft AI solutions portfolio, the government of Abu Dhabi created a unified government services portal that provided the citizens a one-stop shop marketplace for their services, but also enabled Abu Dhabi to gain a complete holistic view of these citizen interactions and use the insights to enhance, optimize, enrich, and even personalize their service offerings. So now that we've discussed the 3 pillars of hyper-connected digital government, the question is, how do we now put all of these together? As I mentioned at the start, the transformation can be achieved when enablers across people and skills, governance and rules, and technology and data come together. The strategy and approach on the technology and data building blocks will be critical to not only the success, but also the pace at which these three pillars of hyper-connected digital government is built. By taking the platform approach, which means building on top of easy-to-use, reusable, highly integrable, readily available, and rich set of pre-built technology and industry capabilities, governments will be able to accelerate their transformation. This innovation platform will possess not just the basic technology infrastructure building blocks, it will also possess layered and easily integrated solutions and capabilities around business and productivity, data sharing, interoperability and governance, artificial intelligence and predictive analytics, cybersecurity, identity and access management, communications and infrastructure, as well as digital skills development. This innovation platform will serve the different public service domains, providing the building block capabilities and also enabling the sought-after synergies across these agencies to deliver the vision of a hyper-connected digital environment. And Microsoft Cloud is this innovation platform with Microsoft 365, Dynamics 365, Power Platform, Microsoft Azure, all built embedded with Microsoft's solid understanding, experience, and innovation on identity, security management, and compliance. And our focus is on addressing these real-world needs for government with three clouds integrating seamlessly to unlock the value for every government organization. Microsoft's integrated cloud approach creates an unmatched innovation platform for the transformation towards a hyper-connected government. The Microsoft Cloud Platform is one of the broadest among hyperscalers, from the most atomic of technology services such as compute, network, and storage, to highly specialized platform services such as IoT, maps, digital twins, media services, and even to industry-specific platforms across healthcare, finance, telecommunications, and government. The Microsoft Cloud accelerates the maturity evolution and digital transformation for governments. Microsoft Cloud also covers every important regulatory compliance domains from region-specific to industry-specific to government and all the way to global standards. So at Microsoft, we are committed to empowering your government agency and helping you meet your vision throughout your transformation journey. We have worked with governments for over 40 years, and our industry knowledge is deep with expertise in government-level technology solutions. You can trust our commitment to privacy protections that give you control over how data is used, managed, and accessed. And with the largest partner ecosystem in the industry and a breadth and depth of solution capabilities, you will have the flexibility to execute and implement in a way that works for your unique scenario. On top of that, we have the highest level of commitment to security and compliance. With $1 billion invested annually in security and our Cyber Defense Operations Center, we help protect, detect, and respond 24/7 to security threats in real time all over the world. So working with Microsoft, you can have confidence that you're building on a strong foundation to achieve your digital transformation vision. So with that, thank you very much and enjoy the rest of the event. Asenso Pilipinas.
Thank you very, very much, Mr. Rene Tablante. Up next, a Microsoft partner that declares change is inevitable. Change is fast-paced, change is essential, and transformation should start now. Let's talk about smart cities and the ease of doing business within the current infrastructure. From Redenta Technologies Incorporated, please welcome LOB Operations Manager, Ms. Michelle Lassaw.
To improve is to change, and to be perfect is to change often. Good morning, everyone. and welcome to the track session on building a hyper-connected government. We are facing uncertain times. There have been projections that by February this year, the pandemic will be over. But that doesn't seem likely here in the Philippines. We've seen a massive spike in cases, mutations, and new variants have emerged, not to mention the limited supply of vaccines. We need to adapt to these challenges to be able to cope with these uncertainties. Every time we come up against the possibility of enforcing restrictions, our people are concerned for their livelihood. And why not? If they don't report to work, they don't get paid. If they don't get paid, they can't provide for their families. But if we don't carry out stringent measures, everyone suffers, especially the frontliners. What did we do? Businesses shifted to a remote workplace and schools provided blended learning. That is, working and studying in the comfort of our own homes. It is a change that could have been done gradually if we have adopted digitalization, but it was forced upon us in a span of few months to be able to continue and sustain our lives. Everyone scrambled to cope with the sudden change, and not everyone was able to do it right. Since it is not a part of their budget, some opted for the low-quality products just to get by. But what are the consequences of doing that? The biggest threat is to the security of data. There had been numerous breaches and leaks brought about by the subpar products. But because they are free or more affordable, people still opted to use it even though they knew there are consequences. So we got compromised data, we had unreliable applications, and our money got wasted, and will continue to do so until we change. So what should we do? We plan ahead, and this time we plan it right. In last year's Microsoft Ignite, Microsoft CEO Satya Nadella had mentioned that one of the top technological trends is hyperconnectivity, where data and intelligence flow freely. It means being connected, person to machine, and machine to machine. As of October 2021, almost 91% of internet users use their mobile devices to go online. Almost 58% of the population has already purchased a product or service online, and with a total of 10.45 billion cellular connections. This means connectivity is already a part of our daily lives, and we need to take advantage of it to make better decisions. The government should be able to capitalize on the fact that people are already connected. Some of the most popular ways to connect include mobile network, Bluetooth, Wi-Fi, and RFID. For us to take advantage of this, we need to build a smart office. Cities and offices that connect to each other regardless of their locations and structures. Imagine you are a national government unit and you have regional offices all over the country. Or you are an LGU with a municipal hall and barangay halls all over your municipality. If your offices are not connected, then how do you get information flowing both ways? By building a smart office, you get information real time, and the data you collect are presented in a way that will help you in decision making and improve the lives of your people. Smart offices, similar to smart cities, is a framework that uses technology and data to improve the working condition and help your employees work more productively and efficiently. One of the benefits of having a smart office is being able to complete your work whenever and wherever you are, because all of the data that you need is available at your fingertips, thus saving time, money, and energy. The devices we are talking about here come in the form of sensors, street lights, cameras, smart devices, and your data center. Applications, on the other hand, are the platforms that receive the data from various devices and optimizes internal operations. In this regard, we wish to introduce Redentis G Series, a powerful platform for an integrated digital government. We have grips, gears, and grids. Grips is an ERP system that manages the functional aspects of the government. Gears is an emergency management and coordination system, and grids is a cybersecurity and monitoring system. Let's discuss each briefly. GRIPS stand for Government Resource Integrated Planning System. It is a fully customizable, comprehensive, and scalable resource planning system developed and integrated specifically with the setting of the Philippine government process in mind. GRIPS runs on Microsoft Dynamics 365 Finance and Supply Chain Management. The modules are Budget, Procurement, Inventory, Fixed Assets, Project Monitoring, Accounting, HRIS, and Payroll. It can be deployed on-premise, hybrid, or full cloud. The budget module adheres to the rules, regulations, and guidelines mandated by the Department of Budget and Management. Its sub-modules are budget proposal and budget reporting. The procurement module's function is to maintain a clear and unambiguous picture of the organization's procurement activities on a real-time basis. It adheres to Republic Act 9184, governed by the Government Procurement Policy Board, or GPPB. Its sub-modules are procurement planning, which includes the PPMP and APP, purchase requisition, mode of procurement, and contract management. The inventory module enables the right replenishment and purchase decisions and improve overall inventory management performance. It adheres to Circular Number 2015-007 of the Commission on Audit. It includes recording of deliveries, issuance of supplies, report on physical count of inventories, and property disposal. The Fixed Assets module is similar to the Inventory module. It also adheres to Circular Number 2015-007 of the Commission on Audit. It includes recording of deliveries, issuance of assets, return of PPE, report on physical count of PPE, retirement of unserviceable property, and property disposal. The project monitoring module is under the procurement module for some agencies, but some have opted for a separate module for procurement monitoring report. The accounting and finance module adheres to the regulations of COA for the report requirements. Under accounting and reporting are general journal and ledgers, receivables and payables, tax and financial statements. Under cash management are cash disbursement operations, cash receipt operations, and cash monitoring. HRIS is a standalone module we call HEMP, or Human Empowerment. It is a people resource management system. It adheres to RA 6713 of the Philippine Constitution and the Civil Service Commission guidelines. It aims to empower employees by managing the complete life cycle of a government employee from recruitment to retirement. Its features include organizational management, staffing management, learning and development, performance management, rewards and recognition, career management, employee wellness management, employee relations management, records management, employee self-service, and electronic health record. The payroll module automatically computes the payout of government employees and is able to provide salaries and wages on time while reducing data entry errors to minimize mistakes in the computation. It includes employee master file, compensation and benefits, DTR processing, and payroll processing. Now let's talk about GEARS. It stands for Government Emergency Assistance and Response System. It is a knowledge process outsourcing solution that serves as an emergency response for delivering professional services through a 24/7 contact management and planned reactive work order management through multiple modes of communication. The third in the G series is GRIDS. It stands for Government Reconnaissance and Intelligent Defense System. It is a complete information security solution comprising of a managed security operations center, infrastructure protection, intelligence and analytics, and security control management. Your organization can benefit from using the most advanced SIEM technology without the cost and complexity of owning and administering an SIEM system. Redenta's value propositions are with consolidated security options for vulnerability management, threat feed, forensic analysis, malware analysis, and so on, you can make better security decisions with intelligence-driven analytics. Our scalable log management system streamlines and optimizes the collation of logs across devices and locations. It establishes a compliance baseline, enabling you to make informed decisions regarding your compliance efforts to successfully implement industry standards such as the Sarbanes-Oxley Act or the payment card industry compliance. Our commitment to the highest quality standards, customer-centric service delivery, and SLA-governed deliverables ensure complete transparency and quality. The Redenta G series we just presented is the beginning of a digital society that will support your journey towards a smart office. GRIPS for your operations, GEARS for your support and response team, and GRIDS for the security of your data. Whether you manage 5, 10, or 20 offices or more, you can now connect to each other and maximize the network of your unit. The G series is the core solution that will enable you to strengthen your office prior to bringing in a much larger Infraline Smart City technology. With Infraline, the government can then improve the quality of life for the Filipino people, leading the way to safer cities, more engaged residents, better transportation services, efficient public utilities, and a reduced carbon footprint. For more information on our smart city solutions, you may visit us at www.redenta.com or at any of our social media sites. The pandemic has already given us the chance to move forward. Let us not lose momentum now and embrace the future of digital governance. Thank you for joining us. Keep safe, be well, and have a blessed year ahead.
Thank you very, very much, Ms. Michelle Lasam of Redenta Technologies Incorporated. We're now ready for our next fireside chat focusing on building a hyper-connected government. You don't want to miss what Ms. Joanna Rodriguez and Mr. Dale Pascual Jose will be discussing with our guests from two sectors that are certainly at the forefront of this topic. I'm talking about the Department of Information and Communications Technology and the Department of Health. Here are Joanna and Dale.
You're right, Isa. As we tackle the need to build a hyper-connected government and the need to connect everything, we wanted to speak with two agencies that have been at the center of all government and citizen activities during this COVID crisis, the DOH and DICT.
For this fireside chat, we have with us from the Department of Information and Communications Technology, Assistant Secretary Eva May De La Rosa. Welcome to Asenso Pilipinas, ASEC Eva.
Thank you for having me here. Good morning. Good morning, everyone.
Good morning, ASEC.
Good morning, ASEC. And also joining us this morning, Director and CIO of the Department of Health, Dr. Enrique Tayan. Magandang umaga, Dr. Tayan.
Good morning to Dale, Joanna, and of course to Isa.
And now let's kick off this panel with a question to DICT. ASEC Eva, the pandemic has played a crucial role in DICT's digital and cloud transformation journey. How has the national ICT development agenda evolved and progressed during this crisis?
The pandemic has forced the agency's migration to the cloud. Though we have the cloud-first policy since a few years back, it's only during the pandemic that we've seen the exponential cloud demand and utilization. And of course, the demand for connectivity. For DICT, we continued with our digital infrastructure efforts, the National Broadband Plan, the free Wi-Fi, the expansion of the National Government Data Center. And though for free Wi-Fi, we have pivoted the installation from public places, the usual public places, to the bakuna centers that need connectivity the most. Some of our budget was shifted to developing systems for vaccine administration that are cloud-based, capable of supporting mega sites that can job more than 1,000 people daily. And we also develop offline vaccine administration system that can run on mobile to support the LGUs that have very limited access to connectivity and technological resources. And at the same time, we continue to provide trainings on the use of technology. We've trained thousands of students and teachers on different online platforms. For those who've graduated, we train them for online work. And a lot of our trainees were able to work online anywhere as long as there's internet. Also, we have provided trainings to government employees so that the delivery of public services will continue despite not being in the office. For government officials and staff, we provided them with a medium to sign documents digitally and securely. This is through the PNPKI. At the start of the pandemic, some government transactions were delayed because signing needs to be in the office. With PNPKI, they can already sign anywhere. In the countryside, especially for people who do not have gadgets, our community e-centers, which we call Tech for Ed centers, remain to be open. And in fact, we continue to expand these to bigger spaces, which we now call the Digital Transformation Centers. And we implemented this in partnership with the local government units. So the race for digital to digital transformation is very evident. And thus, a lot of what we have been doing has also evolved.
ASEC, COVID-19 response and vaccine management have been key drivers of building a hyper-connected government. How has DICT used technology to better serve and connect with citizens?
For COVID-19, we implemented the DICT vaccine administration system. This is being used by almost 900 LGUs during inoculation. And we also develop a quick reporting system for DOH. And this is being used by all our LGUs and our National Vaccine Operations Center leadership. They use this to monitor vaccines and ancillaries. Noting the requirements for international travel, we also developed and launched the National Vaccine Certificate or VaxCert-PH for DOH. So out the system to NCR, Baguio, Region 3, 4A, Cebu, and Davao in September of last year. And as of January 20, we have more than 8.6 million certificate requests received through the portal, of which 65% or 5.6 million were successfully generated. If you can imagine, there's 35% requesting through the portal have failed to generate their VaxCert. So we continuously work with the LGUs on the uploading of their vaccination data, especially for those who have not used our system. Because those who have used our system, the data is automatically pushed to our data warehouse, which is in the cloud. And the VaxCert, being at its soft launch, is only intended for international travelers. As of the moment, we have 30 countries who've recognized VaxCert, and thanks to DFA for the partnership. Apart from that, apart from our COVID initiatives, we have implemented systems that allow the government and businesses to pursue operations online rather than completely shutting down. So example of this is the electronic business permit and licensing system that we have rolled out to LGUs and also our central business portal. Thank you.
And maybe one final question to you, ASEC Eva. True to its advocacy and recognizing the vital role of ICT in transitioning to what is the new normal because of COVID-19, what should we expect from the ICT and maybe the rest of government as we continue on the next phases of recovery?
For the ICT, we will continue to promote the use of ICT to further accelerate the tech adoption. And of course, digital transformation. We also foresee continued adoption to available resources, adoption of cloud computing, which primarily will be driven by our leaders' appreciation of tech. Of course, more online meetings like this. And we also expect further digital infra expansion to areas not met before, new regulations probably to help us in our infra plans. And we can see further expansion of digital payments, digital banking, of course, our efforts on improving foundational ICT skills. There will be open online courses available, just like what you have in Microsoft. And we will be seeing more digital entrepreneurs. We expect more tech innovations from our and from established companies, especially on Internet of Things, and of course, analytics, which greatly help us decision makers. Thank you.
Thank you, ASEC, for all of those insights. So much to look forward to from the DICT.
Salamat.
Thank you very much, ASEC De La Rosa. Dr. Tayag, on to DOH and your agency's transformation journey. Thanks for joining us, Dr. Tayag. Let's get right to the questions po. So, recently you implemented Power BI as part of your vaccine management strategy. Can you please tell us more about this and how you see this technology implementation supporting you in your efforts to become a hyper-connected organization and even perhaps a hyper-connected Philippine government?
Thank you, Dale. The Department of Health works with local governments and other government agencies to ensure that we meet our targets for COVID-19 vaccination. Vaccination, as you know, is an essential tool to mitigate the impact of this pandemic. Power BI, for example, has allowed us to improve data management as well as data sharing, so that decision making at all levels of healthcare can actually happen. This was possible because of the timely, accurate, and secure dashboards we have using Power BI. More importantly, the public are given access to this dashboard so that there will be better understanding of our pandemic situation as it evolves. We involve everyone with Power BI.
Thanks for sharing that, Dr. Tayag. And we could see, that going through this pandemic, you also realize the role that technology has had to play in DOH pandemic management. Has it changed the thinking of our government leaders around the role of technology in, crafting health policies and strategies for years to come?
Indeed, Joanna, expectedly, technology has significantly changed how we face challenges and handled opportunities in this pandemic. The healthcare services have been dangerously disrupted, resulting in poor access to essential and comprehensive care. It has given us new tools and a new promise to deal with future pandemics, such as telemedicine, artificial intelligence for triaging and distribution of patient care, and especially reliance on analytics and modeling to predict patterns that allow us to recalibrate our response. There are many things that I can share, but for now, those are the most critical.
From your experience, Dr. Tayag, how has data been used as a key role in managing the pandemic? And do you think that there is a need to advocate or enhance data literacy in the Philippines?
All our responses to this pandemic happened because of the vital information and new knowledge we accumulate from relevant, available, and accessible data. These are collected routinely from multiple sources using simple and complex systems in a timely, accurate, and secure manner. The real challenge is how we translate and transform this data into useful information. We need to make error-free decisions when uncertainty looms large and communicating this information so that everyone stays in solidarity and has trust in our policy makers and implementers. In my experience, data is key, data is critical, but when and how you use it is more important than just having this data at the tip of our fingers.
Rightfully said, Dr. Tayag. And, like you were saying, sobrang daming unstructured data sources coming from all of our LGUs and even other national government agencies. And the analysis of it is the most critical. Doc, do you have plans that you'd like to share with us? Plans of the DOH, maybe in the next 3 to 5 years, especially as you think about, preparing DOH and the country for hopefully, hopefully not, God forbid, the next health crisis?
Joanna, in this pandemic, there has been a silver lining. We have actually pole vaulted our dreams for a digital transformation in the health sector. What we need now is to make sure on solid ground we're able to build our capacity in terms of the infrastructure, connectivity, including the culture and the data literacy of our citizens so that they will more appreciate what this data information are all about. Because without understanding the basic tenets of data, information, and knowledge, we might lose the battle in the next pandemic. That's why it's very important in our pipeline that we build our capacity not only in the Department of Health, but the whole of the health sector, so that everybody gains, everybody benefits, and nobody is left behind.
Very well said, Dr. Tayag.
All right, so that's it. Again, thank you very much, Dr. Enrique Tayag, for giving us all this important knowledge on how the Department of Health is at the forefront, not only in addressing the vast and numerous health concerns of the people at this time, but also in ensuring that we are indeed building a hyper-connected government. Thank you very much to our panelists, Assistant Secretary of the Department of Information and Communications Technology, ASEC De La Rosa, and Director 4 of the Department of Health, Dr. Enrique Tayag. This concludes our second Fireside Chat.
We just heard the vital information on the initiatives of the Department of Information and Communications Technology and the Department of Health towards building a hyper-connected government. Those were DICT Assistant Secretary Eva May De La Rosa and DOH Director 4, Dr. Enrique Tayag, in our second Fireside Chat. All right, this leads us to our third plenary session. Friends, we are at a crossroads, largely because of this pandemic. In the face of global crisis, resilience is found at the intersection of science, technology, and human ingenuity. In this plenary session, let us learn how technology and resources can be used to empower organizations working to solve global challenges to the environment, humanitarian issues, accessibility, health, and cultural heritage. Join us as we accelerate the conversation of digital capability in the country with our ambitious goal to make AI accessible and valuable to every individual and organization. Let us begin this exciting task of amplifying human ingenuity with intelligent technology. Starting off our discussions on accelerating digital capability through AI is Microsoft Philippines National Technology Officer. Please welcome back Mr. Dale Pascual Jose.
Hello everyone, good morning and welcome to Asenso Pilipinas 2022. Thank you for joining us today, and wherever you may be, I hope you're all safe and in good physical and mental condition. I am so glad to speak with you about the value of building an AI-powered organization and how it can make a real difference for you now and well into the future. The current healthcare crisis is an unprecedented situation, and probably the pressure is enormous for most of you to answer tough questions like, how do you continue to serve our citizens, customers, MSMEs, motivate your employees, and steer your organization when this level of change has happened virtually overnight? What's clear is that decisions we make today not only impact how our organizations can recover, but also impact how quickly we can get them back to growth. And yet, adapting and innovating in these times is about so much more than technology. Leaders must rely more than ever on the resources of their teams, on human ingenuity, creativity, and empathy to enable all of us to participate in building the path forward, bringing together the ingenuity of people with technological innovation can truly change the world. An example who's doing exactly that is Broadreach Healthcare, who are taking on the complex challenge to provide access to healthcare to every person on the planet, one patient at a time.
I met John at medical school. We instantly clicked. We're cosmic twins. We share the same mission in life, which is to improve access to healthcare for underserved populations.
I worked in Sierra Leone in a refugee camp. It was literally a war zone. The camp had no running water, no electricity, not enough doctors, medicine. But yet I could walk outside and I could buy soda, I could buy soap. And I wondered, what do these companies know about delivering services and products that we don't know in healthcare?
To innovate, we had to learn to think differently.
We developed an AI platform called Vantage that connected healthcare facilities and workflows to help get quality healthcare to where it's needed most.
Our first reaction when COVID hit was we knew that it was really going to be a moment of reckoning for humanity. When the president of the country of South Africa announced that he was deploying 10,000 community health workers to go and do door-to-door screening for COVID, we saw a huge opportunity for the Vantage platform.
We ran straight to our partners at USAID and Department of Health and said, how can we help?
So literally in a matter of about 48 hours, we were able to configure it and onboard over 7,000 workers. We were able to provide decision makers with real-time information as to where exactly the epidemic was evolving.
And match those hotspots against the clinics and hospitals and determine what they needed. We helped over 8 million people get screened and referred for testing for COVID.
Being in the innovation business means you need to be willing to imagine the world different than it is.
COVID is far from over. But what it has revealed is that business has the capability to innovate much faster.
When people come together and take action towards a shared goal, we have an amazing ability to make a positive difference in people's lives.
As Dr. Ernest shared, adapting and changing is about so much more than technology. It is a combination of human and machine that will help organizations both reimagine and transform. Human ingenuity with AI is truly a force multiplier. Another remarkable thing about that example is how they quickly innovated a solution to address the unpredictable. COVID-19 has shown the challenges of the public sector to develop solutions quickly and to scale these across functions, organizations, and countries. This requires a change in the current mindset to ensure thinking and collaboration across current boundaries. Applying AI to predict and prevent future outcomes such as the pandemics is essential to combat unforeseen challenges. So, what if we could predict epidemics like how we predict the weather? It's a simple question that we don't think twice about. Our smart assistants, phones, or a simple internet search can answer the weather forecast for today. But it actually takes a global sensor network of weather stations, advanced data analytics, and modern supercomputers to make these predictions. Microsoft Project Premonition envisions doing the same for predicting the distribution and evolution of microbes, viruses, and disease-carrying animals in the Earth's biome, or the life around us. If the biome could be monitored like the weather, environmental pathogens might be detected earlier, and outbreaks predicted before they cause large pandemics. Today, more than ever, new global sensor networks are needed to protect our health and the health of our economies and societies. Like weather prediction, Microsoft Premonition is an advanced early warning system that combines robotic sensing platforms, artificial intelligence, predictive analytics, and cloud-scale metagenomics to autonomously monitor disease-carrying animals such as mosquitoes, robotically collect environment samples, and then genomically scan them for biological threats. So this is clearly a time when you're focusing on what's absolutely mission critical and looking to capture those opportunities that truly make a difference. The time to make AI work for you and put it into action is now. Putting AI into action in your agency or business is powerful, whether you want to quickly react to unanticipated circumstances while maintaining business continuity, servicing your citizens in new ways, or optimizing your core processes. Let me share a few more examples of AI use cases today. Identifying and isolating suspected patients quickly can be a big challenge when testing processes, staffing, and other resources are stretched by overflowing number of patients. This is why hospitals, screening centers, and clinics in multiple countries turn to fast and accurate AI-aided chest X-rays for COVID-19 case triaging. Our partner Lunit has algorithms that have been trained to read X-rays and originally could detect signs of 10 major chest diseases, including cancers, with an accuracy rate of 97 to 99%. When the pandemic struck, its developers quickly adapted them to also scan for signs of COVID-19, including pneumonia, which is often present in infected patients. In India, to help save lives during disasters like typhoons or tropical cyclones, a non-profit organization called Sustainable Environment and Ecological Development Society, SEEDS for short, in partnership with Microsoft's AI for Humanitarian Action, we created an AI model that utilizes high-resolution satellite imagery of areas likely to fall under a tropical cyclone's path. It then applies advanced data analytics and machine learning to identify the most vulnerable houses. This enables SEEDS and its on-ground partners to pinpoint those who would be at the highest risk from a tropical cyclone and proactively focus their outreach to those communities. In China, some farmers have deployed fully autonomous rice transplanters. Firstly, a rice field is measured and digitally mapped. Then comes a process of path planning, which generates an optimized path for the rice transplanter to follow as it sows hundreds of seedlings. Meanwhile, sensors on the rice transplanter measure soil nutrient levels and decide when fertilizer should be added. This helps prevent wasting fertilizer while ensuring the soil's optimal nutrient composition for growing the rice crops. Now, recently, Microsoft commissioned Ernst & Young to produce a research report study called Artificial Intelligence in the Public Sector. Included in the report are the top most adopted and impactful AI use cases. As an example, in public administration, among the top use case is improving citizen experiences with what's called an adaptive digital journey. As public administration offers a broad range of public services designed for very diverse groups of people and organizations, it can be a challenge for citizens to be able to navigate all of these services. AI can enhance the user experience and ensure that citizens are directed towards relevant channels. Real-time segmentation of users across digital channels allows digital public services to become adaptive to and relevant for citizens. This not only improves user experience, but also increases the chance that citizens find the content that they are looking for, thereby reducing time spent on replying to inquiries. Another example, through AI deep learning and by utilizing multiple data sources, public transportation agencies can anticipate changes in demand for transportation using sensors and other external datasets to enable more effective, tailored transportation offerings. Simulation of traffic data combined with sensor, weather, and city data to improve traffic flow is another area where AI is expected to have an impact on transportation infrastructure. Through intelligent traffic management, transport organizations are also able to reduce their carbon emissions. So AI capabilities can vastly improve how you serve your citizens or customers. Focus on core operations and build agility into your business processes. But the few examples I shared only begin to scratch the surface of the ways organizations are putting AI into action with innovative solutions for specific scenarios. So the real differentiated value creation and durable lasting impact happens when you embrace the notion of building what we call a truly AI-powered organization. And so what do I mean by an AI-powered organization? There are a few dimensions to this. First, AI-powered organizations make decisions in new ways where insights from largest sets of data fuel more predictive, more accurate, and more productive results. Second, AI-powered organizations embody a special company culture, one that is data-driven, curious, and seriously commits to the responsible use of AI. And lastly, AI-powered organizations deliberately put AI in the hands of every employee, not just their technical people, but those with domain expertise. those closest to business function, so they can bring their unique skills to bear, no matter where the data happens to sit in your organization. So making the shift to become an AI-powered organization could be one of the most pivotal decisions you make. As parts of the world emerge into what will be the new normal, in this period of change, leaders in government have a rare vantage point where you see what's absolutely core to your agency and you can re-examine previous, perhaps less agile approaches and redirect your agency's energy to shape what's possible now. We at Microsoft have spent the past few years crisscrossing the world, working closely with business leaders, AI experts, and professionals, and having candid conversations about their experiences, about what worked and what did not as they began using and rolling out AI. We learned a lot about what processes actually helped accelerate AI adoption. But most importantly, we wanted to share these valuable learnings with everyone so that you're able to avoid the pitfalls. And so we created the AI Business School, our free, highly popular online masterclass series designed to help you think through what you need to do in terms of strategy, culture, responsible AI, and technology. This helps you set yourself and your organization up for success. Since launching AI Business School about a year ago, nearly 2 million people have already gone through it, watching the executive interviews, reading case studies, and downloading the tools and guides that are available. Most, if not all, organizations are going to be re-evaluating their plans for 2022 and beyond. These valuable lessons from leaders and the insights available in AI Business School are more relevant than ever. Now is a good time to identify your critical path and understand how AI fits with your business model and capabilities. The alignment of strategic imperatives, AI capabilities, and employee motivation is what is helping to create AI value. Ultimately, organizations that are most successful with AI focus on use cases that not only align to the strategic goals of the agency, but they also match the technical solution to the skills and capabilities that fit within the maturity level of your organization. Following strategic clarity, another core lesson is that cultivating the right cultural mindset is essential to driving success with AI. This learning is underscored by the findings of a recent survey we conducted with over 10,000 employers and employees across the world. Organizations who report gaining the most value from AI in their organizations have prioritized communication, innovation, employee autonomy, and training to a much greater extent than organizations who are struggling to extract value from their AI projects. From the learnings we've gathered, there are 4 aspects to instilling what we call an AI-ready culture. First, organizations need to be data-driven, meaning they need to be able to reason over the entire data estate no matter where the data resides, and have the ability to access the data in real time across the organization. So this helps make decisions at an unprecedented scale and speed. Secondly, it's about enabling and including all employees to participate, to contribute ideas, ask questions, so every layer of organization is represented. It fosters an inclusive approach and also leads to more diverse ideas and better solutions. Third, leaders have an obligation around implementing AI responsibly and creating a responsible approach to AI that addresses the ethical challenges AI presents. And last, it's important that this mindset flows through every level of the organization. So, as with culture, responsibility is core for successful AI adoption. We believe AI must be built in a way that earns trust, and responsible innovation starts by establishing principles that reflect your intentions, your values and goals, your culture. And to make these principles real, they need to be able to translate and evolve into practices that enable the management of the entire AI lifecycle at every step of development, along with a governance model that operationalizes responsible AI across all organizational functions. Then, to bring these practices to life, you need tools. Tools that detect bias in data, improve model transparency and explainability, which is critical in making decisions fully transparent. At Microsoft, we've been on this journey for some time, and we're committed to sharing our own learnings, guidance, and tooling to help our customers and partners. For leaders in government, I'll mention AI Business School again, which provides a host of resources and an entire module on responsible AI with information on tooling and recommended approaches. In addition, for technical teams who are developing and deploying AI, we recently launched the Responsible AI Resource Center, where practitioners have access to leading practices, tooling, and insights from AI experts across Microsoft, all in one place. And of course, as you work through the aspects of strategy, culture, and responsible AI, it's important to plan how you scale the AI tech across your entire organization. Fundamentally, that means rethinking right from the get-go how AI is developed and managed across the entire AI lifecycle, from design, development, training, deployment, all the way to monitoring. And this requires a strong machine learning operations, or MLOps practice. In our analysis, this is an area that customers often overlook, but is actually critical to successful use of AI for real business results across the organization. So we've discovered that the key to unlocking success is to anticipate each element in this AI flywheel and to avoid falling into the dreaded AI adoption chasm, where we sometimes see organizations get stuck in the incubation phase or proofs of concept purgatory, feeling like they're not in a position to deploy or scale their AI projects, which obviously limits their ability to get the value and level of innovation they're looking for to propel their missions forward. Those who focus on creating an AI-powered organization are more likely to scale and succeed with AI and creating the level of momentum that requires. It means tapping into the talent of your employees in new ways. In one of our surveys, we found that 91% of employees want new skills that can help them succeed with using AI in their jobs. And on top of that, employees from AI-powered organizations say they want to use AI more, and they report finding more meaning in their jobs when they do. So at Microsoft, we're very focused on the best ways we can help you put AI into the hands of every employee in every business function, because we believe the true potential of AI is only realized when AI experiences are democratized for every single employee. This means everyday business users to developers to engineers to data scientists. For everyday employees and business users, Microsoft 365 has infused AI into familiar apps in user-friendly ways so that employees can improve personal productivity, streamline teamwork, and get help with daily decision-making. For business users, they can use the entire enterprise-ready, pre-packaged AI solutions in Dynamics 365 for functions like finance, operations, and customer service. And we have democratized the creation and consumption of AI with our Power Platform. With Power Platform, you can go a step beyond. You can go a step beyond ready to use AI and give everyone in your organization, regardless of tech expertise, the ability to create new AI applications without writing a single line of code. Users can build, train, publish, and run AI models using pre-built or customizable templates through a guided process right within Power Platform, and it is an integral part of their daily work. And for those employees looking to create custom, differentiated AI apps, or for those who have large development teams who have AI expertise, we have the most approachable and productive platform for AI in the market. Azure AI is the best platform for AI development and operations management, The machine learning capabilities in Azure gives developers and data scientists the ability to build, train, and deploy machine learning models quickly. And as I mentioned earlier, Azure provides a common MLOps platform that scales across the entire company or organization, so everyone from everyday users to business users to developers, data scientists can collaborate in the same place, so you can have one central place for governance. And our approach doesn't stop there. One of the most pressing questions we get from our enterprise customers has consistently been around how can AI help them in situations that require the use of deep subject matter expertise. They want to know how their subject matter experts can effectively use AI and apply their knowledge in ways that help in solving for the most challenging problems for both business and society. To do this, we need to put AI into the hands of researchers, operations managers, field technicians, marketers, business developers, and more, so that these highly skilled subject matter experts can work smarter and help them to apply, co-reason, and collaborate with AI across their teams. So leaders across government, business, and society have important decisions to make about how they will serve their customers and bring all employees along as you chart the course ahead. We hope this discussion showed how putting AI into action can help you address near-term needs as you react to the shifting landscape, and how becoming an AI-powered organization can help to inject resiliency and innovation into your agency in a way that motivates and empowers everyone. And as I close, I'd like to share that when so much has changed, let's remind ourselves that the human creativity and sheer ingenuity that has always gotten us through has not changed and is still our most powerful asset. The resolve and leadership you demonstrate now makes all the difference. It's time to think strategically about the potential of today and tomorrow and take meaningful steps day by day to get there. I wish you and your families well, and thank you for your time.
Thank you very much, Mr. Dale Pascual Jose. Now, how do we design and navigate our organization's AI roadmap? How do we achieve records modernization? NTT Data's predecessor, Japan Telegraph and Telephone Public Organization, started its data communications business in 1967. Speaking to us now from NTT Data's Digital COE, or Center of Excellence, is consultant, Mr. Rajesh Tulasimani.
Good morning, everybody. I am Ragesh from NTT Data's Digital COE team in Singapore, and I work specifically on the conversational AI engagements with governments as well as other departments. What we're going to talk about today is how do we improve access to government services through omni-channel conversational AI. And I think all of us are particularly aware of the circumstances that have been there over the last couple of years, specifically once the pandemic has set in. And the way governments engage with citizens has completely transformed or completely changed. It has brought with it a new set of challenges on how government services are essentially rendered or provided to the citizens. And in today's session, we'll look at how conversational AI is helping bridge that barrier of accessing government services for the citizens. So particularly over the last couple of years, the importance of building economy has gone up further as well. And that's one of the key objectives of a government. And there are significant challenges in the way, as I mentioned, services are provided across different governments, be it either at the federal level, a state level, or a city level administration. It has also been challenging in empowering people, helping them find the right opportunities, and ensuring that the pandemic does not take too much of a toll on general governance. And finally, while doing this, there is a focus on increasing efficiency in the way things are done and essentially reduce the total cost of operations for governments as well. So what we are currently doing is using conversational AI to create a path for all. And when I say path, a path needs to have a purpose. So we understand how conversational AI affects general governance. We automate interactions between citizens and the government. There is timely engagement with all the stakeholders, internal and external. And while we automate conversations with citizens, it also is still human-like. It retains the human element of the conversation, of the nature of the conversation. So what is conversational AI and the platform that it brings along? Any interaction with the government between the citizens can either be through chat, can be through voice, or they can send in an email, or there are different ways in which somebody, a citizen wanting to converse with a particular government, at whether it's a federal, state, or a city level, would interact via these mediums. And conversational AI gives us a platform to automate conversations across these channels that I mentioned, which is chat. And the chat conversations can be automated across a web portal, or it could be a mobile app. It could also be through social channels which citizens already use, like Viber, like WhatsApp, like Facebook Messenger, so that the services that governments are providing are right at the fingertips of the citizens. It could be over conventional channels like voice, which people call and speak to, let's say, executives or customer care executives across different departments. Or it could also be through grievances or redressals that are addressed through email. So if we are able to automate 60 to 70% of these conversations and ensure a citizen can get all the self-help needed right in that instant, that's what we are referring to creating a path for all. Let's take a look at some of the examples of how other governments across the globe are using conversational AI to provide services. These are some examples of governments across the world providing conversational AI services. The first one that you see is at a federal level, where the Department of Homeland Security in USA has a chat-based interface provided for citizens to come in and check on various queries like filing an I-90 or answering questions about immigrations, statuses, green cards, passports, and so on and so forth. And currently it's accessing about 1 million applicants every month. The other chatbot or the other chat-based interface that you see is a state level interface. So it could also be a state level interface or a bot which can handle health services that you see there. Social gatherings, tourism hotspots, public transportation schedule, and this is essentially implemented by the government of Mississippi. It could also be at a city level, where cities like Dubai and Singapore have already adopted conversational AI, and quite advanced ones at that, where citizens can come in and type or speak out the questions of their choice. The platform can identify what users are saying, a natural language identification. So there is no necessary to change behavior of how the citizens would request for services. And it can understand natural language and respond back with the relevant information. So you see an example of Dubai's chatbot for helping people pay their bills, for example, or there's also a Singapore government's Ministry of Communications chatbot about general notifications and general information that they have to give to the public. So there are two key things that come out of the examples that we've seen. One is the ability to self-service. The second is the necessity to not change any customer behavior. Customers can, or citizens can, still chat in their own natural language, and this can be across different languages across the globe. So a conversational AI platform like this can support over 100 languages as well. Let's look at some of the use cases on how some departments, let's say in the Philippines government, can use conversational AI, and what are some of the different applications that can be there across different departments. So the Department of Agriculture, for example, can use a chat-based interface or a voice-based interface for promotion of agricultural development. It can give interfaces to the farmers for updates on weather, updates on prices in the market, job opportunities in farming and fishery, and all the latest rates as well. A Department of Finance, on the other hand, can use a chat or a voice-based interface for something that's as crucial as filing taxes. So it could be on reminders for filing taxes, managing employees within the department as well. So it's not necessary that these conversational AI interfaces manage just citizens, but it could be used within the departments and improving the efficiencies of processes within departments as well. It could also be on sharing of details of policies that you see, or handling any other queries or requests regarding finance which a citizen would have. If you look at Department of Health is again involved in quite a bit of administration across healthcare providers. So they can actually provide a service for contactless registrations, for vaccinations, for admissions at hospitals, for sharing all of the latest COVID-related information, and also making the citizen aware on practices for managing COVID-19 as well. So these are some of the examples that we have done, and we will get into that in detail in some time. Other departments like Department of Human Settlements and Urban Development, as well as Department of Education, can also use it for use cases like monitoring the entity for all housing, providing information about housing, and providing information about the land occupancy certificates and so on and so forth, which is essentially something that the Revenue Department would also be interested in. And we'll look at a use case or a case study shortly as well. And Department of Education, of course, can also be used to disseminate the different information that's relating to the educational capability, providing access to the exams that are going to be conducted, and the overall changes in the infrastructure. So with that, let us take a look at some of the actual case studies where this is live and currently governments are using it, what we have done from NTT Data. So this is the first case study that we are looking at. And this is a live deployment that is in the government of Telangana, which is a state level government in India. This is implemented in the Revenue Department of the government of Telangana. And this is essentially used to give the citizens an idea about the building permissions that are required, the layout permissions, occupancy certificates, land use certificates, essentially the entire gamut of services that are around land and revenue. The approach for the platform, the way we built this, was to launch a common integrated omni-channel platform which can handle multiple use cases or workflows. So the government currently uses a chat-based interface on their website, a chat-based interface on a social channel, and also a voice-based automation where the executives handling customer calls are actually helped by AI by reducing the overall call volume as well. So we will take a look at this in greater detail with a demo. But before we get into the demo, what are some of the benefits that we are looking at through the implementation of such a intervention of conversational AI in particularly these kind of governments? One is we are looking at the increase in the engagement, and engagement is a traceable outcome. So each interaction that a citizen is having with the government can actually be rated with a score, which is either a net promoter score or a customer satisfaction or a citizen satisfaction rating. And this will essentially go back into planning of how the digital workflow has been created. It will definitely impact productivity Because in the example that you saw earlier, there are various aspects of land and revenue that are being automated. And these workflows essentially reduce the load of work on the internal department members as well. And finally, there's a clear-cut operational cost reduction because the number of calls that are coming in or requests that are coming in, or specifically during the pandemic with no access to physically visit across all timings, the conversational AI interaction has actually reduced the operational cost of each interaction, and it can allow you to scale the same service across a larger diaspora of citizens as well. So these are some of the numbers that we are currently seeing in these implementations. There are other intangible benefits, which is essentially around automation of engagement. So you can reach out to a wider section of citizens or population using these kind of interventions, which would not have been possible before in a physical or a manual kind of interaction. The dissemination of information, notifications, announcements can now happen digitally and remotely. There is an increased transparency in the entire process, and this not just applies to the governments, but it also leads to an increased satisfaction within the citizens of the state or the city or the country. And finally, all of the interactions that are happening on the platform, on the conversational AI platform, are tracked. The data is extremely secure. These are banking grade security that we're talking about. And all of the data that is generated can actually be used back for the city planning or the state planning, because there's a lot of insights being generated about what citizens are talking about and what services are being requested. Let's take a deeper look into the demo and see how the current bot or the current conversational AI interface with the government of Telangana works. This is currently one of the assets of the government of Telangana, where there's a web-based platform that is integrated for chat. So the citizen can come down to the bot, and there are a few workflows that are available, as you see. You can use the option to click on one of those workflows, and it gives a wide range of services like building permissions, layout permissions, occupancy certificates, and so on and so forth. You can also check the status of existing applications, where the information can be shared either through URLs. You can provide videos. You can also provide brochures or copies as well through the same platform. You could also interact with the platform using a text-based input. So you see the citizen entering a question here, and questions can actually be answered. The conversational AI, which runs based on a technology called the NLP, which is the natural language understanding or natural language processing, can understand what users or citizens are talking about, as you see in the text-based input that is currently on the demo, and it can respond to each of those questions individually as well. Now, all this information which is essentially generated can also go back to generate insights about what services the citizens are asking, as I mentioned earlier. And there are advanced analytics which are provided as well as a part of the entire conversational AI offering. This is another case where the city of Baguio implemented a small pilot during one of the most difficult phases or the waves of the COVID-19 pandemic to help citizens be more aware about COVID-19 and different ways in which they can actually handle the situation. So you can see some of the examples on the slide here, that the bot or the interface was able to understand questions from citizens, which are most common conceptions or misconceptions, if I might put it that way, around COVID-19, and actually help dispel those misconceptions and create an awareness about the disease, especially when it was in the initial stages of its phase towards early last year. It could also help the citizens understand whether they were going through any symptoms. They could check their symptoms and then take the corrective action, which is reaching out to the nearest help center, or they could also figure out information about vaccines and probably also register for vaccines as a part of the exercise. So in this particular case, there were over hundreds of questions which were configured and which could be answered readily when a user or a citizen would come onto the platform. And all of these are possible through a natural language understanding or a natural language processing, as I mentioned earlier. So with that, I would like to conclude this session by referring to one of the leading statesmen of an era in the past. And he at times mentioned that the best way to predict the future is actually to create it. And conversational AI is the technology that can actually bridge the gap between citizens and the governments, particularly in the time of pandemic that we are looking at right now. We are very happy to interact post the discussion, and our credentials are listed below as well. Thank you so much.
Thank you very, very much, Mr. Rajesh Tulasimani of NTT Data. Now, capping off this plenary session is our Fireside Chat. This time, Joanna and Dale are tackling accelerating digital capability through AI with their guests from the Department of Trade and Industry and the Department of Education.
Thank you, Isa. Digital capability through AI is a must in every sector. And in this panel, we are zeroing in on how we can accelerate the use of AI in public sector by speaking to two critical sectors that drive economic activity and long-term development for the country: trade and industry and education.
Please join us in welcoming our two very special guests. From the Department of Trade and Industry, we have Undersecretary Dr. Rafaelita Aldaba. Hello, Yusek Fita.
Hello, Dale. Good morning. And good morning, everyone.
Good morning, Yusek Fita. And from the Department of Education, let's say hello to Director Abram Abanil. Kamusta po kayo, sir?
Good morning, Joanna. Mabuti naman.
All right. Let's kick this off with some questions for Yusek Fita Aldaba. Ma'am, with the DTI-led National AI Roadmap, how do you see the technology being an enabler to the country's economic recovery?
Thank you, Dale, and well, good morning once again. Thank you to Microsoft for organizing the Asenso Pilipinas Fireside Chat. Thank you for this opportunity for us to be sharing the work that we've been doing. Well, the Philippine AI Roadmap focuses on using artificial intelligence to uplift the lives of our people, industries, and the economy. The roadmap goes beyond our present difficulties as we envision the Philippines as an AI center of excellence in the future. AI has a lot of potentials to bring about positive change if developed correctly. Based on the calculations by Kearney and EDBI, for the Philippines, AI has the potential to add $92 billion to our GDP by 2030. AI represents a big window of opportunity for the Philippines to leverage on our existing comparative advantage, especially in the IT BPM sector, and expand to key international AI markets in the future. So through AI R&D, we would be able to address social, economic, environmental, and health issues and create innovative goods and services to finally eradicate poverty in the country. And using AI, we can provide solutions to problems and challenges faced by micro, small, and medium enterprises, large enterprises, including government agencies.
Ma'am, you mentioned the IT BPM industry. What other industries do you believe will benefit the most from application of AI and emerging technologies? And in what ways do you see or envision government applying these technologies, especially in the context of the ongoing pandemic?
Well, I think all sectors and industries could benefit from AI, but given our industry strengths, our capabilities, potential opportunities, and the needs of society, our new industrial policy is actually focusing on key areas where AI adoption would be crucial. For instance, utilizing precision farming could improve the productivity of the agriculture sector and increase the incomes of farmers. Smart manufacturing could also improve our competitiveness, along with the production of new products, healthcare services, AI-powered business process outsourcing, which is a part of the IT BPM sector that I mentioned a while ago, smart cities and resilient technology. Well, e-gaming, smart assistants, vehicle technology, audio, video, and education technology, and of course, digital banking. But let me also cite some of the experiences of our startups at the height of the pandemic. And so using these new technologies, startups were able to develop contact tracing apps, personal and community health monitoring, chatbots, along with social distancing and online marketplaces. As examples, I would like to mention RC143, Dwarm AI drones, and Datos, which were able to develop apps that would support the Philippine Red Cross as well as the Department of Health. Innovative startups also emerged to provide tech solutions to address issues in health, in agriculture, education, finance, multimedia, supply chain, and logistics like AID, HighBrain, MedCheck, which are all offering telemedicine and data analytics. Connected Women is a social impact tech startup that's offering online skills development like virtual assistant and data annotation training for women. And then there's this other new startup. It's called Asher Technologies, which is providing a structural health monitoring system device for buildings. So amid the pandemic, both fintech and e-commerce startups increased their volume of transactions, and they were also able to raise funding for expansion. And this year, we've seen our first unicorn fintech company, Mint. And then there are other fintech startups like NextPay, Plantina, and PayMongo, which were able to raise funding. And with respect to the applications of AI to the government, e-government, as we know, is an important priority. And many government processes are now available online, but there is still a lot more room for automation to improve our internal workflows and delivery of services to stakeholders and better serve the citizens. In fact, according to an analysis by Deloitte, the implementation of cognitive technologies like AI could optimize the workflow of government offices, freeing up to 25% of work hours and saving up to $41 billion US. And process automation can streamline various paperwork and procedures, eliminating delays and making the workflow of public offices more efficient. Other examples would be management of the public transport systems and traffic flow, the use of resilient technologies to help in disaster preparedness, mitigation, response, and rehabilitation. And lastly, the implementation of the national ID system would offer a very good opportunity for vast AI applications, such as providing targeted beneficiaries of social protection programs and ensuring financial inclusion in the country.
Thanks for sharing, Yusek Fita. Sobrang daming ang nangyayari in AI, and thank you for sharing all the potential that the government can think about in applying these emerging technologies.
Yeah. Yusek Aldaba, you mentioned earlier about learning. Can you share more with us some of the other key elements of your plan around digital skilling for the purposes of employability and uplifting the digital service economy?
You know, I think that's really a very relevant and a very important question. One of the pillars of the artificial intelligence roadmap is to promote data literacy for all. And we are coordinating with CHED and DepEd. We already signed 2 MOUs to ensure the proper training of teachers in data science and analytics, and promote lifelong learning and include data science and analytics, data visualization, and storytelling as general education courses in universities and colleges. Design learning pathways for out-of-school individuals who want to learn the latest trends and technologies in AI. I think this is also important, and maybe Microsoft could want to partner with us on this. And the development of an agile workforce is actually an important element of our digital transformation program. As an initial step, the identification of jobs that are vulnerable to automation and other fourth industrial revolution technologies, along with the mapping of skills that need upgrading or retooling is necessary. And we are working with TESDA, with CHED and DepEd, as well as with the industry and academe, including TechVoc institutions, in formulating our skills development framework to prepare our workforce for the jobs of the future and ensure that the skills demanded by companies would be supplied. And McKinsey indicated that the rapid acceleration of digitalization created the biggest skills gap in data analytics, IT and web design, executive management, human resource, and talent management. And the Philippine Skills Framework that we are formulating is intended to address the skills mismatch, which has been a perennial problem in the country. The skills framework would provide a common reference or language that employers and workers would share to ensure the matching of jobs and skills. The framework would contain sectoral information, mapping all occupations and job roles with skills, providing information on career pathways and training programs needed in order for a worker to upgrade to a desired level of occupation. Employers can use this to identify their must-have skills and competencies for employees, and for educational institutions, the framework is used to revise existing curricula and design new courses.
Thank you, Yusek Fita.
Thank you for sharing all of that, Yusek Fita. And as you know, we actually also have, MOUs with the Department of Education. So I'm really looking forward, and we're excited to continue to support DTI's efforts in advancing the use of AI in the country, working with the students all the way through professionals. Maraming salamat po.
Thank you so much, and I look forward to deepening our collaboration with you as well as with the other government agencies.
Thank you, Yusek Fita. We are excited to continue to support DTI's efforts in advancing the use of AI in the country. And now, DepEd has been one of the early adopters of cloud technology in government and are well on your way to adopting emerging technologies. With all the learning content and learner information now in a centralized cloud repository, how do you see this supporting DepEd's goals for early intervention and managing student attrition?
Well, we have two applications which we're using in order to respond to especially to the COVID crisis today. These are the DepEd Commons and what we call the DepEd Learning Management System. First of all, the DepEd Commons, it's essentially a repository of open educational resources. It was very popular, especially during the first stages in the pandemic. Actually placed fourth place in 2020. It was the fourth place in terms of the most searched item for that year. And the power of the DepEd Commons is really that we will be able to track in the future what resources are most popular among our learners, and also what their feedback in terms of those resources. We eventually intend to incorporate star rating for all our learning resources in the DepEd Commons, so that we can track which ones are very popular for our teachers, for our students, and we can look at what's making these materials work for them, and subsequently develop future materials based on what we have found in terms of those learning resources. So that's one, the DepEd Commons, and the second one is the DepEd Learning Management System. What learning management system essentially does is that it structures the learning, not like the DepEd Commons. Essentially, it's the learner who will who has the decision to go through what learning resources they would like to view. Whereas in the learning management system, we can set up courses or classes where the teacher can structure the different activities that a student needs to go through. For example, they can require a student to read a particular article in the course, and then watch a particular video lecture and take an online quiz. And maybe in terms of predictive analytics, the future for the learning management system is that once we have a standardized item bank in the learning management system, which our teachers can use when they conduct their quizzes or periodical tests in their respective classes, what this will allow us is that we can eventually track on a national scale before the school year ends how our learners are performing, and we can implement preventive measures before the end of the school year and put in some interventions that would help them understand what competencies they are weak in. Our dream really is that once we have this national item bank, is to tie up the results of the student assessments with the learning resources, so that student can see what competencies they are weak in, and also automatically the system will provide what learning resources they would need to review, to go through, watch what video lectures to watch, what articles to read, so that they can better understand the competencies where they are weak in. So that's from the learner side, and of course at the teacher side, it will allow the teachers to know what competencies the students are weak in, and then they can move into more personalized learning, more personalized interventions on what a particular student would need in order to understand their competencies better.
Galing. So very, very interesting applications of emerging technologies, sir, para sa both from a teacher and the learner perspective.
Okay.
Yeah, and this is actually just the tip of the iceberg, because aside from this, we are also training our teachers to become content developers, because we understand that despite the volume of materials that we are already producing here at the central office, there will always be local requirements for each of the classes. So we're also building up the capacity of our teachers to be able to develop their own open educational resources, and the feedback that they will be getting from these systems is important, so that they can incorporate it when they develop their own open educational resources for the specific requirements of their respective classes.
Good morning, Director Abram. Question po. So do you see other use cases for predictive analytics and other emerging technologies being used to optimize teaching and learning for the entire education sector?
Well, for us, this establishment of the item bank and tying it up with the learning resources that student would find out where the students are weak in is a very, very major step forward. Where this is something that we're already working on. I think it's going to be a 2 to 3 year implementation. And of course, the change management will take even longer. I believe this is going to be something that the upcoming administration, when they come in, will be very much involved in. Other particular uses we haven't really explored yet, but I'm sure there's a lot. This is just, as I said, the tip of the iceberg. We're just starting to explore how education technology can be used to better deliver education. The COVID-19 pandemic was something that was actually for us an opportunity in the IT field, especially in the education technology field, because what used to take what used to be very difficult to introduce to our teachers to make them adapt became suddenly something that was necessary to make use of in this context where there's no face-to-face classes, so that when the situation normalizes and face-to-face classes will be resumed, education will never go back to the old way of delivering learning. There will always be a requirement for blended learning, not just in terms of delivering the lessons during face-to-face classes, but also addressing perennial problems like classroom shortage. We can see already in the future that maybe we will not need to have all our students going to classes every day, doing face-to-face classes. But we can do some shifting in terms of using technology to deliver education without necessarily going to schools, so that we would need less classrooms, less teachers, less resources, but of course more devices so that we can deliver blended learning properly.
Maraming salamat, Director Abram. That was a very promising and encouraging look at how accelerating digital capability through AI is being initiated in sectors of trade and industry and of education.
And we'd like to thank our distinguished guests, Yusek Fita Aldaba from the Department of Trade and Industry and Director Abram Abanil from the Department of Education. Marami pong salamat sa inyo. Now back to our plenary and our host, Isa.
Thank you very, very much, Joanna and Dale, for bringing us those updates and information from DTI Undersecretary Dr. Rafaelita Aldaba and DepEd Director Mr. Abram Abanil. Truly a fitting conclusion to our plenary session on accelerating digital capability through AI. This brings us to our final pillar among our 4 plenary sessions, and this is a most urgent and crucial topic right now. Organizations around the world are facing a surge of sophisticated cyber threats. This is largely because the hybrid work world is creating vulnerable opportunities and increased challenges for IT teams. This final plenary session will help us learn how Microsoft's integrated comprehensive approach to security is helping customers become more secure and resilient. Together, let us discover how organizations of all sizes ensure safety in the face of increased global cyber threats. To kick off our final discussions, let's explore how to protect everything with end-to-end security with Microsoft Asia Pacific's Chief Cybersecurity Advisor, Mr. Abbas Kudrati.
Hello everyone. Good day and welcome to Asenso Pilipinas 2022. Thank you for joining us today, and I hope that you all are safe and in good spirit wherever you may be tuning in from. My name is Abbas Kudrati. I am Microsoft Asia's Chief Cybersecurity Advisor based in Melbourne, Australia. In next 10 to 12 minutes, I'm going to walk you through in terms of what is Microsoft philosophy when we say that protect everything with end-to-end security. Let's get going on the topic. So Microsoft mission is to empower every person and every organization on the planet to achieve more. This comes from all the way a top-down approach from our CEO Satya Nadella. But if we have to align our security mission with our Microsoft mission, is we want to keep our customers safe and secure so that they can trust the digital fabric which is built upon whether it is a hybrid or a multi-cloud, irrespective if you are using Microsoft technology or using non-Microsoft technology. We want to protect you and making sure that your customer data is safe and secure in this fashion. So that's Microsoft security strategy. In terms of the current threat landscape, what we see and how what we have noticed as a part of the pandemic, we have seen the remote and hybrid work has increased almost 300%. And on top of it, the challenges have increased because of the cyber attacks have become more sophistication. The amount of human operated ransomware, what we see, the different types of phishing attack which are being lured towards our end users and customer who are being targeted for that. And on top of everything, the rising cost and a growing concerns around return of investment, which your security leadership team and board member are expecting of it. It's really, really getting challenge for everyone who is working in the cybersecurity space. Just if you look at from the Philippines as a country point of view, Microsoft analyze 24 trillion signals on a daily basis. And what we notice that 1.3 million devices today in Philippines, this is a live data which you can go through our website called microsoft.com/ENDUSWDCI threats, on which you can see and you can filter with any country. But for Philippines, 1.3 million devices are encountered with number of threats of malwares and viruses on that, which is a really huge concern for everyone within the country. So in terms of our investment and the scale at what we operate, 8,500 dedicated security professionals and experts who work behind the scene, analyzing 24 trillion daily signals from which we collect from number of our services, which are being analyzed using AI, machine learning, and automated action being taken by all those resources. And just to give an example, 9 billion endpoint threats we blocked on a regular basis. 31 billion identities are being blocked. And the numbers can go on. You can read more details from our digital defense report. The link is given on the slide, and I'm sure our organizer will share the slide copy with you so you can look at more details in that. So Microsoft investing or what is our responsibility? We bear a great responsibility to protect our customers, and we want to work with the defenders who are making this world a better place. Almost 650,000 organizations across 120 countries is what we have our customer base, and we protect them, you know. And I was talking about 40 plus various nation state attack actors and including 140 different threat groups we are analyzing and monitoring and tracking on a regular basis, which itself is a huge task if you look at it from the coverage point of view. And in terms of investment, we work together closely with around the world in terms of our customers and partners and alliances and government to make sure that everyone is on the same page. We follow all the trends. It could be from the hybrid work point of view or AI automation point of view. Just in last 5 years, we spent $5 billion on R&D, and we are committed to spend $20 billion in the next 5 years. Just from the innovation point of view, if you look at it all the way from Microsoft anti-spyware, which we introduced as a part of endpoint anti-malware in 2004, and the most recent innovations and security, what you can see today is on the insider risk management, the agentless IoT and OT security monitoring as a part of our Defender for Cloud, as well as the decentralized identity, which we introduced in 2021. And the list can go on, which shows that how much we are committed for making sure that our customers are safe from that. And as a defender ourselves, as a Microsoft, as a defender ourselves, we understand the challenges which you as a customer are facing, starting from all the complexity within the enterprise technology you have from the SaaS application, from the cloud services, from the home office, IT and OT devices, the number of partners and contractors and vendors who are working with you. It is a challenging task, right? And that is why we believe in providing an offering of our products from an end-to-end coverage, and we are uniquely in that position to help you as and you as a customer to secure your highly distributed and a hyper mobile environment from an end-to-end offering, all the way from endpoint to email to identity, data, application, whatnot. But can we just say that covering end-to-end is good enough for you? We believe, yes, we want to cover end-to-end, but from the breadth point of view is good, but we also have to think about the depth into what we are offering into our product. For example, our products are now interconnected not only to provide you with a unifying experience, but also enable you to correlate the signals across all the product what we have. It could be the security, the compliance, the identity, the privacy, and a multi-cloud. So there has to be a depth as well, apart from coverage from the horizontal point of view as well. And that's where we are focusing on a continuous basis. And your defender, your security operation team, your IT operation team, who are managing all those complexity with all the point solutions, it is a bit of an alert fatigue on them to monitor and manage all the various threat signals and the alert what they get from all the disjoint solution. And that is why we have to think from two angles. The first angle, what we call it, managing of threat from an external point of view, and not to forget the internal one, which is the most important part where we see our customers are struggling. We provide our threat protection or our security portfolio in both the area. If you just look at from the external point of view, the threats could be from the phishing, the malware, the identity exploitation, your cloud app, your sensitive data, the DLP. It covers from the top part, which includes Defender for 365, Defender for Endpoint, MCAS, and whatnot. But what about the internal risk and the threat what you have? Could be your disgruntled employee, could be a contractor working in your environment, or it could be your employee who by mistake and unknowingly leaking the data by clicking the malicious link or taking the data in a USB and losing that USB. We have to cover that part as well, and we have solutions and technology today to enable and manage your security risk from internal point of view as well. Could be DLP, sensitive data, insider risk, history of violation. All those things are covered, part of our solution in that place. And we call it committing ourselves into the 4 area, protecting everything, which covers the breadth and the depth of it. Simplifying it, we don't want your defenders and your operation team to go and look at 20 different dashboard. We make it simplification, simplifying, so it's no longer a complex thing to monitor. Just visit security.microsoft.com or compliance.microsoft.com to monitor everything within your environment, or use Microsoft Sentinel for collecting all your on-prem and a cloud-based signals to better analysis. Third part is catching which everyone else is missing, as I spoke about, right? 24 trillion signals from more than 250 services. No one in the industry today have the breadth and the depth of coverage of the signal. That is why we are in uniquely positioned to identify the threats from various angles. It could be your Bing search engine, it could be your Internet Explorer, or it could be an Xbox gaming system. This is where we catch everything which others are not able to find those threats. From growing point of view, we are your partner together with you. We want to help you focus on growing your business so that you keep a peace of mind. You go ahead and do your business what you are there. Let us manage and help provide you with a security solution so that you can manage security in a much simplification and a better way. And we do this across our portfolio, which we divide into 6 broad category. For example, identity and access management, which becomes the security management, the threat protection in terms of managing your desktop, your servers, your cloud, your SaaS application. All those things are covered as a part of our threat protection solution. Risk management, insider risk, and a cloud security for a multi-cloud hybrid management, right? If you look at it in terms of the coverage, as you can see, around 40 different security solutions within Microsoft are integrated, which helps you not only protect and secure your Microsoft investment, but also we help you secure the other cloud providers such as AWS and Google, or a hybrid which is in on-premises. So you don't have to worry about in terms of managing only Microsoft. Yes, we help you cover other technologies as well in that. And if you want to look at it from the single slide or a single page point of view, this is our cybersecurity reference architecture, which you can very well go and download it from our portal called aka.ms/MCRA, Microsoft Cybersecurity Reference Architecture, which gives you a complete a high-level view or a helicopter view of all the cybersecurity integration we have as our platform. This is what we call it end-to-end security into our environment, right? And this has been endorsed by analysts like Gartner, where we have achieved in the top 5 magic quadrant for various areas, including access management, MCAS, archiving, unified endpoint and protection, and almost 8 different Microsoft security leadership has been achieved in the 8 different Forrester Wave and a new Wave report, all the way from analytics to enterprise email to endpoint security software as a service, EDR, identity, cloud app, and data platform as well. where are we going from here? So as I was talking about the kind of threat what we have, on top of it, we have the resource crunch, the return of investments are required, and all the complexity in a multi-cloud and supply chain and OT and IoT technology. The technology what we use today is going much more beyond the endemic in everyday life, and we have to really focus on how your team is going to interact with the security. We are our objective, or as a customer, or or as an organization, your objective is to, yes, provide the better security to your employee as well as your customers, but we want to also ensure that security what we provide doesn't hinder the experience what they have. You cannot make a life of your employee miserable in terms of asking him for entering password 10 times in a day. It has to be a better experience, otherwise they're not going to use the security features which you are providing today as a part of solution. So employee experience and usability goes hand in hand along with the security what you are applying, what you are going to provide within the organization as well. So making sure a good experience for all the capability which you are planning to use today from the Microsoft security. And that's also one of our motto, that simplify the security and don't make it an overhead for your employee, otherwise they're not going to use it. So that's what something I want you to take home today out of that presentation. And I really thank you for your attention and listening to this particular presentation. You have a nice day, and if you have any questions, please feel free to ping me on the channel and I'll be able to answer you on that. Thank you very much and have a good day.
Thank you very, very much, Mr. Abbas Kudrati. Now, in this plenary session, we have the chance to hear about the first-hand experience of one of our partners. How do we fortify digital defense in our organizations? Let's hear from our next speakers who are part of a global network of professional firms providing audit, tax, and advisory services. From KPMG in the Philippines, here are Senior Manager of Technology Consulting, Ms. Doris Pastoriza, and Senior Data Specialist 3 Technology Consulting, Mr. Jens Diaz.
Thank you, Asenso Pilipinas, for this opportunity, and welcome to Decoding Data and Robotics. It is my pleasure and honor to be presenting in this webinar today, and indeed, I am blown away by the number of participants eager to learn. Let me introduce myself. I am Doris Pastoriza, a Senior Manager at KPMG in the Philippines, and I currently lead Intelligent Automation practice of the firm. Before we begin, let's watch this short clip. is RPA? Robotic Process Automation is software technology that's easy for anyone to use to automate digital tasks. With RPA, software users can create software robots or bots that can mimic and execute rules-based business processes. Robotic process automation software bots can interact with any application or system the same way people do, except that RPA robots can operate around the clock, non-stop, much faster, and with 100% reliability and precision. So what would be a good starting point should we want to implement RPA in the organization? First is to define what processes can be automated using these guidelines. We can tick off the checklist what levels of standardization has been implemented. We can define if the process has decision-making or analysis. What frequency is it processed? What volumes are involved? How much time does it take to complete the process end to end? Should automation be implemented, what do you think will be the benefits? Go through a funnel process and take out the processes that do not fall into these criteria. Again, it must follow a set of rules. It should be a mature and stable process. It should augment capacity issues. The input data and working files must be in a structured and readable format. It should be a voluminous process and must be highly manual and repetitive in nature.
So thank you, Dori. So good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for joining our webinar today. So I'm Jens Diaz. I'm leading the data analytics capability here in KPMG Philippines. So today I'm going to present to you about data and analytics. So when we talk about DNA, so what comes in your mind? So basically, I know you understand, you know already what's data analytics been in the buzzword in the industry for the couple of years already. But DNA is study on the science of analyzing raw data to make conclusions about that information. So mining, getting trends, patterns, insights, and for you to be able to provide actionable insights and present that to your executives. Right. So now, we all know that data analytics has been doing great in terms of understanding their customers' behavior. So most of the companies right now are leveraging their data and utilizing how they could, understand their customer shopping behavior. So this is the right time for you to understand and to use data analytics in your organization. So I believe and I'm sure that some of you experience challenges in terms of low and infrequent sales, disproportionate marketing expenses, low and ineffective processes, not happy customers, so especially for in the banking industry, insurance, so customers are moving to other competitors, other brands. So this is the right time for you to understand your customers' behavior and make sure that you retain your loyal customers. Right. So there's also a way for us to augment that area. Every organization should be able to use these data analytics for their organization. So there are 6 major benefits of DNA for optimistic business outcomes. So these are more informed decision making, more efficient operations, more effective marketing, delivering relevant products, better customer service, and greater revenue. So speaking of more informed decision making, so business analytics can be a valuable resource when approaching an important strategic decision. So you can use predictive analytics to understand your organization. So you will no longer use your gut feel to make decisions, but rather use fact data to make an informed decisions for the betterment of your organization. You will also have gain greater revenue. So companies that embrace data and analytics initiatives can experience significant financial returns, So you will be able to predict the sales in the next, let's say, 3 to 6 or 1 year. You can do demand forecasting. You can create customer journey analytics, help your clients, and especially help your organization, the sales and marketing team, to achieve the quota using data and analytics. We have also better customer service, delivering relevant products, and last, efficient operations. So data analytics can help you streamline your process, save money, and boost your bottom line. So end of the day, the goal of the organization is to earn revenue, have save money, at the same time streamline the process. So we can do that using data and analytics. So thank you everyone for listening to my presentation. Right now we'll move on to a short demo regarding on how we could leverage the data. So we'll be using RPA plus data visualization. So it's a short demo. Hopefully everyone could learn from this demonstration.
Once the RPA tool has saved the data into our shared repository, the data can be fetched by our dashboard creation software, Power BI. Power BI is a powerful reporting tool that allows users to create interactive and insightful dashboards through an easy-to-use interface. The dataset that we use for this project is the Consumer Expectation Survey report from the BSP website. The Consumer Expectation Survey captures the economic outlook of consumers as an indication of the country's future economic conditions. It is a quarterly survey of a random sample of about 5,000 households in the Philippines. The first page of the report presents the overall trend of the confidence index currently, for the next quarter, and for the next 12 months. We can see that after a large dip in the confidence index from the first to third quarter of 2020, the last 3 quarters have seen a gradual increase in the confidence index from negative 47.9 to negative 34.7 to negative 30.9 for this quarter. The next 3 pages show the trend in the confidence index by different categories. By component indicators, shows the trend of the respondents' outlook on specific issues such as economic condition, family financial situation, and family income. By income group, shows the consumer outlook index grouped by low, medium, and high income groups. And finally, the by location page shows the confidence index of the respondents in NCR and areas outside of NCR. The next page showcases Power BI's capability for forecasting. Here we see line charts showing the trend of the confidence index for the past 12 years, as well as forecasted for the year 2022. This next page shows the confidence index for expenditures respondents will have for the next quarter. This shows us the trends in the respondents' intentions to spend money for the next quarter. In this page, we show the trend of percentage of households that consider the current quarter and the next 12 months a good time to spend their money. For the next plots, we have the proportion of households who are intending to buy house and lots in the next 12 months, grouped by the type of house and lot that they intend to buy, and the trend in prices the house and lots they intend to buy. Next, we have a page dedicated to presenting some economic indicators given by the data. We have 9 line graphs that show unemployment rate, interest rate, and inflation rate across the Philippines, NCR, and in the areas outside of NCR. The last column of visualizations are the forecasted value of each indicator. This next page contains a bar chart of the proportion of respondents who spend OFW remittances in select areas such as education, medicine, or debts. This is an interactive plot with a slicer, which we can use to toggle between data for the whole Philippines, only NCR, or only areas outside of NCR. The next page contains bar charts that show the percentage of households that allot their savings to specific areas such as savings in a bank, loans, cooperatives, or other household expenses. Again, we use a slicer, which can filter out the data across income levels to see how the percentages change across these income levels. And finally, the final page is dedicated to showing the trends in household debt. We have a plot that is a line graph showing the percentage of household with loans the past 12 months, while the bar charts show the change in allocation of savings. Again, we have a slicer, which we can use to see the trend in the percentage of the type of loans that households may take on. Thank you for watching and listening to this video. This has been a step-by-step demonstration on how to set up your automation to extract data from the web through an RPA tool and to input it into Power BI to process and present the data in a more digestible manner.
Thank you, Asenso Pilipinas.
Thank you very, very much, Ms. Doris Pastoriza and Mr. Jens Diaz of KPMG in the Philippines. Our session on the all-important topic of protecting everything with end-to-end security culminates in this final fireside chat. This time, Joanna and Dale are delving into this matter with our guests from the Supreme Court and the Philippine Charity Sweepstakes Office.
Asenso Pilipinas 2022 now tackles the very real threat to cybersecurity, especially in these present times. Dale and I are ending our fireside chats this year by discussing this crucial matter with 2 important guests. First up, we have the Philippine Charity Sweepstakes Office Chief Information Officer, Engineer Orlando Malaca. Welcome to Asenso Pilipinas, Engineer.
Yes, thank you very much to all, and I hope you will be learning through our discussion for this activity. Thank you.
And from the Supreme Court of the Philippines, please welcome Court Attorney and E-Court Project Manager, Attorney Jed Sherwin-Uy. Hello, Attorney Jed. Thank you for joining us today.
Good morning, Attorney Jed.
Hi, Dale, Joanna. Thank you very much for inviting me to be part of Asenso Pilipinas 2022.
Let's kick off this discussion with a question to Engineer Malaca. There are lots of assumptions and myths about the dangers of moving to the cloud, yet PCSO that handles financial transactions decided to make that shift. Can you share your decision-making process here with us, sir, and perhaps debunk some of these myths about the cloud?
Okay, so yes, as you mentioned, no, There are a lot of assumptions and myths about the danger of moving into cloud, and I will not delve to this one by one. There are also lots of articles, studies, and anecdotes that can debunk this. What I want to focus is on what made our mind, to leverage cloud technology. Though the PCSO is actually implementing a hybrid setup, we have on cloud and on-prem at the same time. Yet, I could say that primarily, cloud is secure. We are using Microsoft Azure as our cloud. Of course, we know that Microsoft invests a lot of money to secure their physical infrastructure as well as their virtual infrastructure. We conduct research regarding the matter intensively before we subscribe as part of our due diligence. Second, I could say that cloud is quite flexible. This is in comparison with of course, on-prem data center. We can create new services. We can scale up horizontally and vertically some services and vice versa in terms of scaling down when not needed. And thirdly, as a DR or disaster recovery, we have an immediate infrastructure to restore our services and IT assets in any case of outage. This is not affected of any events that may happen locally where our on-prem data center is located. And in relation to infrastructure as a service or platform as a service, we do not have any hardware to maintain, and to some services, we do not have any operating system to maintain aside from application itself. We are actually leveraging different cloud subscripts that match our requirements or needs. And that is the implementation of IaaS and PaaS functionality or service. And finally, this is also in compliance to of PCSO, to the cloud first policy of the DICT. We know fully well that the ICT released a department circular sometime January of 2017 prescribing the Philippine government's cloud first policy. That's it.
Engineer Malaka, the main objective of PCSO is to support the country's fund for social welfare programs. Now, how do you see technology playing a key role in modernizing your internal systems for financial assistance? And how do you ensure that security is top priority as you develop these systems?
Oh, yes, thank you for that question. Well, PCSO is the principal government agency for raising and providing funds for health programs, medical assistance and services, and charities of national character. Actually, that is our mandate, no? PCSO digital transformation is not only focused on social welfare programs, but also in the lottery or gaming, which is the primary source of funds of the office of the agency. One key initiative of the management is to leverage existing technologies and platforms to reach different markets and and to offer them our products and services, which is the lottery and charity. Currently, we are on the implementation of our PCSO Malasakit Center system or the MC system to centralize all the data processing and to integrate our charity services with our computerized accounting system to really expedite payment to our partner medical institutions. We recently deployed the MC system to Southern Tagalog and Bicol region and Visayas area. We are actually scheduling to implement the Northern and Central Luzon and Mindanao by next month of this year, February 2022. I'd like to manifest that, of course, technology is very important part of modernizing the agency. In fact, We are now on the third year of our digital transformation program. The PCSO Holistic Digital Transformation Program vision to have a PCSO that greatly improves the speed, efficiency, and cost effectivity of fulfilling its mandates, by leveraging modernized IT people skill sets, processes, and technology. Our digital transformation program, which was approved by our board of directors, has four pillars. Number one, modern workplace and office productivity, which the primary goal is to provide users the modern tools, to perform better in their respective roles. Second, modern nationwide IT infrastructure, which goal is to support operations with modern, scalable, and resilient infrastructure all over the country. And of course, third is the cybersecurity, which the goal is to foster a safe and secure environment for all our stakeholders. And lastly, among those four pillars actually is the adoption and culture change, which I believe this is very, very important. The goal is to change the way people work and collaborate. We empower our manpower by providing the necessary skill sets pertaining to technology. Technology is available, as we know. It is a resource that we can tap and leverage. What we need is to have a right goal in mind, and the matching of these goals with these different technologies available to the market. What I would like to highlight is that the success and failure of any implementation of technologies lies to the people we support. What it means is that regardless of the best technology that we can offer, if our stakeholders or the end users do not embrace them, do not use and maximize the technology, we are doomed to fail. As you can see, aside from different technologies, we have modern infrastructure, we have workplace and office productivity and cybersecurity. We also put high importance or high regard to technology adoption and culture change. Ang lagi ko nga sinasabi, magluto kami ng napakasarap na cake, kung hindi kakainin ng end user, magiging useless.
Thank you, Engineer Malaka. Those were really invaluable insights. And tama yung sinasabi niyo, sir. Hindi lang tools ang kailangan, hindi lang infrastructure ang kailangan. The right mindset and making sure that your users are skilled to use the innovation that you're introducing is really the recipe for success.
That's right.
Engineer Malaka, I know that PCSO has big plans of modernizing lottery in the country, and you've shared some of these already. May gusto pa kayong idagdag on how you think your adoption of cloud actually supports PCSO's goals to further enhance your programs for social welfare and charity?
Yeah, thank you. So first and foremost, I really wanted to thank and of course commend the management of PCSO, our board of directors, and the general manager for being very supportive to automation from the start, and digital transformation program of the office. They really support the program. Aside from the traditional lotto outlets that we currently have, there are projects in the pipeline to bring or make available all our products over different channels through web applications, mobile applications, kiosks or the so-called lotto vending machine, as we may call it, and mobile point of sale. We were able to successfully conduct the procurement of, or the process of procurement of our PLS. And what is this PLS? The Philippine Lottery System. We know fully well that PLS is a national issue, And very soon, we will implement the PLS project. This is, of course, more exciting technology and platform that our client is waiting, no? Our playing and buying customers can eventually post and buy their tickets via cell phones and other betting platforms that we will be connected to our PLS, no? As regards to adoption to cloud, this is a part of our modernizing nationwide IT infrastructure pillar of the PCSO Digital Transformation Initiative, no? Which I told a while ago, this was approved by the board, and the board is very supportive to it, no? Initially, our cloud is used for disaster recovery on passive mode. Now we are configuring our Azure cloud, our subscription to cloud, to be one of our primary sites, no, to complement our existing on-prem infrastructure, aside from it being our DR site, no. We are now leveraging different cloud sub-services to further enhance our capability to deliver our product, which is the lottery and charity, no? For example, we use Azure Sentinel. We use this to provide, if you're familiar with the SIEM and SOAR in our infrastructure and system. And then we also, the use of Azure DevOps, we were able to provide our development division team, no, a service that allows them to plan, work, collaborate on their coding, build, and deploy, no? And many more, of course. Our Azure cloud help us to attain our target, no? To be high available, cost-effective, compliance to data security, and scalability. Yeah.
Maraming salamat, Engineer Malaka, sa sharing ninyo, and Microsoft and our team here is really looking forward to helping you in this digital transformation journey and modernizing while securing lottery and gaming in the country.
Yeah.
Thank you po ulit sa sharing ninyo.
Maraming salamat, Engineer Malaka.
Yeah, can I have my last piece or my last note? 1 minute lang.
Sure.
Go ahead.
Okay. So, since this is a lot of people are listening to us, no, I encourage all of us to really support the game of the country, ang mga laro ng PCSO, no, as we may call it, ang mga larong may puso, no. We have lotto games such as Lotto 642, Mega Lotto 645, Super Lotto 649, Grand Lotto 655, and Ultra Lotto 658. We also have digital games, no, such as 2D, 3D, 4D, 6D, and of course the game of the town, the STL, Small Town Lottery, and we have also Keynote and Sweepstakes. Well, sa bawat 10 piso or 20 pesos na pagbili nyo ng mga produkto ng PCSO, asahan nyo po na nakakatulong tayo sa napakarami nating mga kababayan na humihingi ng tulong pang medical. Maraming salamat po sa inyong lahat.
Thank you. Thank you, Engineer Malaka. Now, over to the Supreme Court of the Philippines. Attorney Jed, Supreme Court has been one of those leading government agencies in digitizing and innovating processes. When you were planning your digital transformation roadmap, what role did cybersecurity play in building your programs?
Again, Joanna, Dale, thank you for inviting me to be part of Asenso Pilipinas 2022. It's always a privilege to share with everyone the digital transformation efforts we're undertaking in the judiciary. Now, cybersecurity and privacy will always play crucial roles in any digital transformation initiative, and they must be carefully balanced with user experience and productivity. We do not want to lean more on either side because, for example, if we lean towards cybersecurity, user experience and productivity might suffer, and therefore, we might lose user interest because the technology is painful to use, and this may also impede our adoption momentum, and all our efforts to transform digitally or modernize ways of work will be defeated. Same thing will happen if we lean towards user experience and sacrifice cybersecurity. So I believe as technology leaders, we must carefully strike a balance between security and privacy on one hand, and user experience and productivity on the other.
Attorney Jed, among the court's innovative initiatives is the virtual court hearings. What key strategies are you implementing to achieve your cybersecurity strategy?
Okay, first, of course, is to identify technology providers or partners we can trust. We have surveyed, analyzed, evaluated not only available solutions in the market, but also the technology providers behind these solutions. One provider might be offering a more affordable solution, but it might be facing so many issues and controversies in other jurisdictions, especially violation of privacy rights of its customers. Being the judiciary, an institution that is expected by the Filipino people to uphold the rule of law, we certainly do not want to be dragged into any controversies such as those, especially so that we are processing so many sensitive and confidential information. Second is to identify critical assets, whether they be applications, data, or network. Of course, not all assets are created equally. Critical assets will certainly require more protection than regular assets, and I think this is a good segue to Zero Trust because it precisely offers an adaptive model in protecting assets where organizations can quickly pivot and adjust the level of security control depending on the resources being requested by whom, when, where, and how.
Yeah, you mentioned Zero Trust, Attorney Jed, and we know that it's of paramount importance to the High Court. Since you are and most likely will be still on a remote hybrid work setup in the foreseeable future, and platform data exchanges occurs across various public sector groups, how are you continuing to ensuring the safe and secure data sharing in all of your processes?
All right. Aside from making sure that there are usual legal protection in place, such as data sharing agreements, non-disclosures, etc., and aside from encrypting data, identity and access management is the key. A good identity and access management and strong foundational authentication and authorization controls are crucial to any zero trust architecture, and this will ensure safe and secure data sharing in the process. We're currently able to achieve this through Azure AD. Azure AD allows us to securely access our applications with single sign-on, verify identities with multi-factor authentication, control access with smart policies and real-time risk assessments, and enforce least privileged or just-in-time access.
All right. Attorney Jed, last question. For everyone watching today, what are the top 3 things you should keep in mind when developing your cybersecurity and zero trust roadmap?
Well, number 1 is to secure leadership and end user buy-ins. We need to clearly communicate to them why we're doing what we're doing, align with overall strategy and objectives of the organization, establish the what's in it for them. How will the management and end users benefit from all of these things? What are the takeaways? What will they gain in the process? And always address the business operations angle. Number 2 is to plan for success and set achievable goals. Everything takes time. So we need to prioritize and identify quick wins. Start with the very basics and immediately address the high risks or threats. Lastly is to identify the required skill sets and train our people. This will not only help achieve sustainability because it will also boost the confidence of our team and at the same time empower them to perform their daily tasks.
Thank you, Attorney Jed.
Thank you, sir. And lest we forget what Attorney Jed is really talking about, because we focused on cybersecurity today. Yung virtual hearing, sir, ng Supreme Court is really something that we are proud to have partnered with you on. And would you like to share, sir, the numbers perhaps of what the High Court has accomplished to date?
Well, I understand that we have conducted around 300,000 video conferencing hearings, Joanna Dale. But there are a lot of great things to look forward to on the horizon as far as the courts are concerned. These are all listed in the upcoming strategic plan of Chief Justice Alexander Vismundo, which we will publish really, really soon. One of the initiatives discussed there is the utilization of artificial intelligence for court operations. And this will increase access to justice, because when we say access to justice, we should not just think of the physical or virtual access, but real and meaningful access to court services. Take, for instance, the understanding of court users and litigants on what's happening in the courtroom. This ranges from their understanding of the English language, as court proceedings are done in English, to the legal procedures. So imagine if we have AI translate in real time what is being said in English to our local dialects, have AI translate court decisions, will certainly provide court users and litigants better understanding on what's happening or what happened in court. Same is true with AI chatbots, where the public can utilize for them to better understand the different legal mechanisms they can access. And for us to really provide meaningful and real access to justice, will start making the public understand all of these things, and AI can help in this regard.
Thanks for sharing all of that, Attorney Jed, and we're definitely looking forward to the innovation that Supreme Court is intending to implement. And thank you for leading the charge to secure our public safety and justice system.
Make no mistake about it, cybersecurity is one of the most critical issues facing every organization today. Thanks to our guests, we gained valuable knowledge on how we can better protect our organizations and cyber threats. Thank you again, Attorney Jed Sherwin-Uy, Court Attorney and E-Court Project Manager of the Supreme Court of the Philippines, and to Engineer Orlando Malaca, CIO of the Philippine Charity Sweepstakes Office.
Thank you very much to our final Fireside Chat guest panelists, Supreme Court of the Philippines Attorney Jed Sherwin-Uy and PCSO's Engineer Orlando Malaca. Thank you so much to Microsoft Philippines, Ms. Joanna Rodriguez and Mr. Dale Pascual Jose for those very compelling discussions. We have gathered valuable insights through our 4 pillars in this year's Asenso Pilipinas. First, optimizing the new world of hybrid work, where we learned that upgrading skills and building new capacities in digital technology are crucial in the face of frequently changing technologies, as much as implementing digital transformation, starting with the top-level personnel down to all the departments in the organization. Second, in building a hyper-connected government, we have seen how different agencies and departments work together in accumulating and analyzing data and utilizing tools and technologies such as telemedicine, AI, analytics, and modeling for the benefit of the public. Information and communications technology continue to be at the forefront of bringing data to everyone, while partner departments and agencies ensure that this data is used and communicated efficiently and correctly. Our third session, Accelerating Digital Capability Through AI, underscored how technology helps both the workforce and the students to match skills with the jobs they desire or the jobs of the future. Although digital transformation created the biggest skills gap in certain areas, we can look forward to utilizing the Philippines' skills development framework to help us upskill or reskill as necessary. And protecting everything with end-to-end security, our fourth session highlighted the importance of choosing a technology partner and service provider that you can trust, as well as the necessary balance. On one hand, safeguarding privacy and cybersecurity, and on the other, promoting user experience and productivity. Indeed, 4 plenary sessions that equipped us with everything we need to know to navigate change and enable our businesses to emerge stronger in a digital era. So now, to cap off this day's inspiring plenary sessions, let us hear from the country manager of Microsoft Philippines, ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Andres Ortola.
Hi, my name is Andres Ortola, Country Manager at Microsoft Philippines, and I'm here to thank you for spending the time with us today. I hope you gain insights and information for your organizations to innovate and achieve your objectives in 2022. 2021 has been another year of change that happened at incredible speed. We've seen organizations trying to innovate and maximize the impact of that innovation, trying to navigate the current condition, navigate it today, and build a stronger foundation to succeed in the digital era. We have seen a lot of action in the public sector and government front. Purposeful innovation that is here to stay, is here to last and provide better services to our citizens today and tomorrow. At Microsoft, we're humbled to be able to be part of this fantastic transformation happening in the Philippines today. But we know there's still a lot to do. There are many, many challenges that we need to face as a society. How do we think about traffic and make our cities more productive, enabling economic activity? How do we deal in a smart and transparent way with poverty? How do we increase public safety? How do we keep on working and making healthcare accessible and universal? How do we continue our journey with education, trying to build the next generation of Filipinos? And last but not least, how do we take care of the best and most precious natural resource we have, our planet? And a partner to the Philippines. We have been partnering with the Philippines for 26 years, and we will continue to do so. Our nation plan, Para sa Bayan, is built on a very strong foundation, 4 pillars that will dictate the course of action for Microsoft. Stimulating digital transformation, making sure organizations are ready to tackle the challenges of the future. Building coalitions to make sure the innovation that we drive is responsible and drives real impact to our nation. Closing the skill gaps and improve employability across all the country and across all ages. And last but not least, making sure we achieve a higher state and higher awareness on sustainability initiatives. All this grounded in our mission of empowering every person and organization on the planet to achieve more. I want to thank you very much for your time today and for your partnership. Let's keep on working together for a better Philippines. Maraming salamat po.
Thank you very much, Andres. And with that, we also say thank you to each and every one of you for taking part in Asenso Pilipinas 2022, navigating change and emerging stronger in a digital era. On behalf of Microsoft Philippines, maraming salamat po for being with us on our 5th year of bringing you the biggest public sector cloud summit. I'm Isa Litton, looking forward to seeing you all again in our next event. Keep safe and have a great day, everyone.
A digital wave is transforming the world.
Across every continent, country,
Economy and industry.
a better world.
Thanks to developers.
Thanks to you.
To you.
The people who help bridge the digital and physical.
Through the isolation of the pandemic,
You forged new applications, capabilities,
and experiences.
and became digital first responders.
To the first responders,
You overcame enormous constraints. Working together as a community,
you made us more resilient,
Connected,
inspired,
productive,
educated, joyful.
and healthy. Now, developers are building our way forward.
as the digital wave is accelerating.
An opportunity is growing.
To make businesses more competitive,
governments more responsive,
Education more accessible.
All to keep our world thriving.
You are amplifying human ingenuity
At school,
in the lab,
Even in outer space.
everywhere.
being a developer is possible for anyone who wishes to shape the future. That's our vision.
to empower developers.
To empower you.
To empower the world.
Crayon Software Experts Philippines Incorporated, fulfiller of the procurement service of the Department of Budget and Management, or the PSDBM, collaborates in the supply and delivery of official Microsoft software and licenses that are part of Common Use Supplies and Equipment, or CSEs, ratified by the Government Procurement Policy Board, or GPPB Resolution Number 11-2019, to the government and all public institutions, thereby preventing the purchase of unauthorized Microsoft products and licenses that is punishable by law. Crayon and the PSDBM guarantee savings up to 30% off for the purchase of original Microsoft products that complies with the Commission on Audit standards and in line with adhering to the Letter of Instructions number 755 that government agencies should only purchase from PSDBM unless the products are not available in its catalog. So when you buy, trust that we will offer you the true Microsoft experience.
NTT Data is a member of one of the world's largest ICT groups. We operate on a global scale, confidently expanding our business domains in every country. As our business steadily grows, we continue to expand our investment in R&D and our workforce toward even further growth. To stay on top of changes in the marketplace and constantly create new value through technological innovation, we will clarify our essential values and open a pathway into the future.